Mabuhay! Welcome to the 48th anniversary of the Career Executive Service Board with CESCon 2021. Resilience 4.0, courage, agility, and future-ready leadership. Please be reminded of our virtual house rules to make this an enjoyable and purposeful experience for everyone. For those in the Zoom room, please keep your microphones and cameras turned off while our speakers are presenting. If you have questions, please feel free to use the chat box for the Q&A option. Safety is always our priority. Rest assured that everyone needed to be on site for this event, such as performers and the production crew, are fully vaccinated and have tested negative in their RT-PCR tests and are obeying health protocols and rules under the guidance of safety officers. We would like to recognize the following sponsors for their generosity and support. It was a pleasure coordinating with you. Thank you to the Home Development Mutual Fund, also known as the Pag-ibig Fund, Land Bank of the Philippines, Government Service Insurance System, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Association of Career Executives Incorporated, Aboitiz Equity Ventures Incorporated, Tourism Promotions Board, and the Human Resource Innovations and Solutions Incorporated. Special mention to the Philippine Information Agency for promoting this event in their Facebook page and Twitter. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay sa ating mga sponsors.
Nagsimula sa isang pangarap.
Ako na po, ma'am.
Ika'y tutulungang ibahin ang buhay na nakasanayan.
Naka 24 months ka na sa pag-ibig.
May panghulog na ako sa motor.
Uy, bagong motor!
Gagawa ng hakbang para mapaghandaan ng forever.
Ingat ka, ha?
At harapin ang bukas nang may maaasahan. Simulan mo na ang forever mo ngayon. Fund your forever with Pag-ibig Fund.
Register today.
Aboitiz, 100 years of advancing business and communities.
URIS guides organizations on their road to business transformation and success.
As we face the new normal together, let's all keep each other safe as we anticipate to explore the wonders of the Philippines once more.
I woke up inside an artist's dream. Where the paintings dance with every brushstroke. And works of art span from floor to ceiling. I witness masters at their craft who transform even the ordinary into exceptional. Confections came in more colors than I could imagine. And a creative escape waited around every corner.
I just woke up from the time of my life. It started with a major throwback. Then I got to meet the big shots. found a sweet spot between cultures and hung out with the artsy crowd. I even picked up a few things along the way. After that, things kicked into overdrive. It started with a whirlwind through the streets, and unforgettable eats, a celebration of flavor in every bite, and an epic new party at every turn. The best thing about it here, the good times are never over.
Today, I woke up in a historic playground where fun dates back to the 16th century. Things are pretty old school here. Really old school. We get our thrills in a giant sandbox and spend all day playing in the water, where adventures come by the hundreds. This is a place where time stands absolutely still. But we can never seem to. Today, I woke up at the edge of the world, where time can't reach. Tiny houses stand untouched by the present. Rolling hills drop off to who knows. Customs are a little different here. Even the fashion is extraordinary. Every corner stands another wonder. Our own little world away from it all.
I woke up to my own adventure book, having no idea what was up next. Each page was different. Every chapter, a new surprise. All I could do was go along for the ride. Trust my gut and let the story unfold. Because here, the best travel plan is to make no plans and just let life happen.
I woke up while nature was sound asleep, so I could marvel at its kingdom. I strolled through its lush gardens and saw every little wonder up close. Here, you can dance with giants, discover a feast for the eyes, and a feast for the appetite. Walls that hold heroes' stories told me of their bravery, while sacred places blessed my journey. I roamed places that stood the test of time, and others that were there since the beginning.
Once I woke up in a hidden place. Paradise unlike anything I had ever seen, and not the kind from fantasy. one you could really sink your toes into. I walked beaches few had ever walked before, while the waves whispered their secrets. This place was my buried treasure. And even though I couldn't stay forever, the story of the islands never leaves me.
I just woke up in a non-stop action scene where we're always at the edge of our seats, defying gravity one moment to communing with giants and getting lost in the lights the next. After feeling the heat, and I mean really feeling the heat, we finally regained our balance. And found our epic finale.
Every day, I wake up to a feast. Where I can sink my teeth into history. Or shock my taste buds with something new. It's here I learned the color of sweetness, expanded my pantry, and my appetite. Every next bite only leaves you hungry for more.
Today, I woke up below the surface, where I learned to face my fears and go with the flow. But it's when I came to appreciate the big and the small. Made new friends from all over, and could no longer hide my true colors, that I knew I'd emerged a local.
Makalibay, no?
I woke up to worlds unknown. Where water is stronger than rock. So I learned to sit back and enjoy the ride. Get washed up on a deserted island. Explore the locals' living history. Perhaps even find a hole in the wall. Or discover a whole new world to be on top of.
Today I woke up inside a kaleidoscope. Surrounded by mesmerizing patterns and vibrant shades. golden colors you can practically taste. An endless stretch of powdery pink sand. Rainbow vessels riding gentle waves. A Technicolor dream just bursting at the seams. With ever-changing hues and views. But no fail, always a whole lot of fun.
Today, I woke up on a wild ride. Right in the middle of a river. It takes me to some pretty unexpected drops. I rode a bunch of highs and lows. I screamed at the top of my lungs. Just when I thought it was over, there was another thrill waiting around the corner. And for however long I stay for the ride, it's always an adventure.
Today, I woke up where a bustling city sits in nature's splendor. Where a king stands proud and tall. You can really say, sky's the limit. And for every not too far off wonder, every feast to remember, or tranquil escape, it's always magical.
Every day, I wake up in a sea of green. A place where everything grows. Even dreams that weave themselves into our style and art. Here the land is rich and healthy. And always happy to give. The people here are connected to the land. And everywhere you look, it shows.
I wake up in a postcard every single day. Each corner a love letter straight from Cloud9. Scribbled reminders to soak up the sun. Everywhere's an invitation to come over. But it's the warmth I find nowhere else that makes me stay.
Also like to thank and acknowledge those who have expressed their support for our mission and vision in creating competent and professional leaders. Please watch this.
I joined the Career Executive Service community
in the celebration of the 48th anniversary of the Career Executive Service Board and the 2021 CES General Assembly. The past 2 years have been a challenging time for everyone. As we continue to hurdle these challenges, we are reminded of the need to continue to uphold the integrity of public service in spite of these difficulties. As we continue to be grateful for the blessings of life and good health, we recognize and honor other members of the CES community whom we lost because of the pandemic. As members of the CES community, may we all continue to persevere, be resilient, and inspire our teams to provide excellent public service. May the work that we do continue to inspire the public that we serve, for them to continue trusting the government and believing that we shall altogether recover and bounce back. Ako po si Grace Palgi-Baluyan, Regional Director of the Department of Trade and Industry, Ilocos Region. Karangalan ko ang maglingkod sa bayan.
In my 33 years of government service, my most cherished milestones were and still is to the present my work with the Career Executive Service Board as an assessor, validator, and ultimately a member of the panel of interviewers. Working with the CES Board will not make one richer financially. The reward is in the self-fulfillment of continuing to be of public service in my own little way towards improving, empowering, and professionalizing the bureaucracy, particularly in the third level of the career service. Thank you, CES Board, for the opportunity to be of service, and to its board, to its officers, its staff, and personnel for the good work done through the years. Carry on as we congratulate you on the 4th founding anniversary. Mabuhay kayong lahat. Maraming salamat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wal barakatuh. Happy 48th anniversary to the Career Executive Service. For many years, the CES has been molding quality service providers in the government and private organizations throughout the country. I am aware that this celebration might be different from the previous ones, but rest assured that CES is more than ready to offer a new script for the next generation. A script that tells a story of commitment, service, and patriotism. Leaders who will share the vision of proactive initiative for the betterment and progress of the nation. It is such an honor, and I am immensely proud to be a part of this esteemed organization. A Tausug woman from the province of Sulu, this organization aided my dreams and vision for my province. It helped me to embody a magnificent attitude, who communicated love and compassion and make a significant impact to the community. I wish for the organization to produce more leaders, most especially in the provinces. My journey being part of CES truly changed the course of my life and my perspectives. This became my instrument to widen my horizons in tackling the issues of our community. Much more, extending my services to the people from different walks of life, and I will be forever grateful for this experience. Congratulations once again to the Career Service Board, and all the best for the narrative of triumph and success in the name of service.
To all the beautiful men and women of our sister agency, the Career Executive Service Board, maligayang pagdiriwang po ng inyong anibersaryo. It is said that the stability of a government depends on the quality of leaders manning its every department, agency, or instrumentality. And fortunately for us, we have a Career Executive Service Board to ensure that our executive public servants really possess all the necessary skills, knowledge, and dedication that are required for effective public service delivery in our country. I am a witness to all the hard work and sacrifices offered by men and women in the Career Executive Service Board to ensure that our executive level is really manned by well-deserving public servants. And they don't stop even in the middle of the pandemic. So thank you for this, and keep up the good work. Again, happy anniversary, Career Executive Service Board.
My congratulations to the Career Executive Service as it celebrates its 48th year anniversary. Through the years, you have been steadfast in your commitment to professionalize the Career Executive Service. You have mounted a well-rounded program that focused not only in making good leaders and managers through the Executive Leadership Program and other intellectual endeavors, but also in harnessing the physical well-being of our executives through your wellness programs. We are assured of a good core of government executives because you let them be through your relentless pursuit of your mandate. I wish you good luck as you continue to steer the CES to greater heights in the years ahead. Keep on with the journey. Again, congratulations and best wishes.
Greetings, everyone. 48 years of faithful service really deserves a big celebration. I always like going through anniversary events because anniversaries are a special way of making us reflect and pause for a while and remember all those achievements and successes we've had in the past. Remembering those proud moments are able to propel us to even greater achievements moving into the future. I was privileged to be part of the CES board at one point in history, and I know how hard you work to be able to uplift the quality of leadership in the public sector. For this, I congratulate you. Again, happy anniversary, everyone.
Congratulations to the Career Executive Service Board for 48 years of being the catalyst for the heightened professionalism, dynamism, and reform in government through the advancement of the elite corps of Career Executive Service Officers, or CESOs. This anniversary celebration is doubly significant as the CES Board has introduced first-ever innovations to adapt to the challenges posed by the pandemic, a testament to its resiliency for almost half a century. Mabuhay, Taas Noos CESO.
Happy 48th founding anniversary, Career Executive Service Board. Congratulations to all past and current board members, CESB Secretariat family, executive directors, and to all CESOs, CES eligibles, and on-stream third-level officers. Indeed, we live by our mission, and that is, we will maintain continuity and stability in the civil service and serve as a critical link between government and the Filipino people. We will infuse our ranks with well-selected and development-oriented leaders, and through them, bring change, expertise, and leadership for a responsive public service. Isang karangalan ang maglingkod sa bayan. Mabuhay ang Career Executive Service.
Welcome to Day 2 of CES Con 2021. Resilience 4.0. Courage, agility, and future-ready leadership. To kickstart today's program and showcase the talent of the Career Executive Service members, please join us in this morning fitness routine as we play entries into the CES Con Dance Challenge. Starting with Saldiwa Batch 26, Gabay Batch 22, with CESB's Professional Development Division. Let's all give a round of applause to the first CES Con Dance Challenge.
We don't need to worry, because when we fall, we know how to land. Don't need to talk the talk, just walk the walk tonight. Because we don't need permission to dance. There's always something that's standing in the way, but if we don't let it face you, you'll know just how to break.
Just keep the right five. Yeah, because there's no looking back. There ain't no one to prove. We don't got this unlocked. Yeah, the wait is over. The time is now, so let's do it right. Yeah, we'll keep going and stay up until we see the sunrise.
Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, hinding-hindi magpapaawat at hinding-hindi magpapatalo sa mga millennials at senials ang mga miyembro ng Saldiwa 26, Gabay 22, at syempre kasama ang Professional Development Division ng Career Executive Service Board para sa ating CES Con Dance Challenge. Sa saliw ng musikang Permission to Dance ng BTS, gaya nila kasing husay at galing rin namin itong sasayawin sapagkat alam nyo ba na 7 years na namin itong pinapractice at may daily fitness monitoring. Kaya sit back, relax, and enjoy our BTS dance. Basta tayo'y nagsasama-sama, lahat masaya.
It's the thought of PM when your heart just like a drum, beating louder with nowhere to guard it. When it all seems like it's wrong, sing along to Elton John and to that feeling we're just getting started.
When the nights get colder and the rhythm starts to falling behind,
just dream about that moment when you look yourself right in the eye. Then you say, I wanna dance, the music's got me going and nothing that can stop how we move. Yeah, let's make a place and live just like we're golden and rolling like we're dancing fools. We don't need to worry, 'cause when we fall we know how to land. Don't need to talk the talk, just walk the walk tonight. You know just how to break, just get that right vibe, yeah. 'Cause there's no looking back, there ain't no one to prove we don't got this on lock, yeah. The wait is over, the time is not, so let's do it right. Yeah, we'll keep going and stay up until we see the sunrise. And we say, I wanna dance, the music's got me going and nothing that can stop how we move. Yeah, let's break our plans and leave just like we're golden and rolling like we're dancing fools. We don't need to worry, 'cause where we from we know how to live. Don't need to talk the talk, just walk the walk tonight. 'Cause we don't need permission to dance. We don't need permission to dance.
well let me show you that we can keep the fire alive.
'Cause it's not over till the summer, say one more time. Say,
I wanna dance, the music's got me going and nothing can stop how we move. Let's take our plans and live just like we're golden and rolling like we're dancing fools. We don't need to worry, 'cause when we fall we know how to land.
Thank you to the very participative CES members. We hope you enjoyed that presentation. Now we turn over the floor to our host, Miss Isa Litton, to open today's program.
Good morning to all of our guests, participants, and viewers. I am Isa Litton, actress, mentor, coach, manager, and president as well as head trainer of One Lit Corp, an online communications training company. I'll also be your host today. As they say, one of the best gifts you can give to the country is civil service. And kudos to the CES for helping mold our future leaders and civic-oriented fellowmen for 48 years. Wow! Our month-long celebration wouldn't be complete without some games and some fun. So here's one, not just to bring us smiles, but prizes as well. So listen up for the mechanics.
The mechanics are simple. Those who registered have a PIN which can be used to access this page. Go to kahoot.it and enter the game PIN shown on the screen. Enter your name. Make sure that this matches the name you registered for the event. There are 3 questions in the game. Answer the questions correctly and as fast as you can to earn extra points. The top 3 players will receive special prizes. Now this will test your know-how of CES. I hope you listened yesterday because there were some facts in the program. There will be 3 winners for this game. Are you all ready? We are waiting to build the pool of contestants for this game. So please go ahead and register at kahoot.it and please take note of the game pin shown on your screen. As we slowly build the number of participants, please try to recall every rich learning that you got from yesterday. Some of the questions will be taken from our day. Please take note of the PIN. It's 8348210. Please log on to kahoot.it and enter that game PIN. This is for a chance to win awesome prizes later on. Going to 100 participants. We only have a few seconds before we start the game, so please go to kahoot.it and enter the PIN you see on your screen. We are now at 130 participants. Let's just wait for a couple more seconds. 150 participants. Let's keep them coming. Down to our last 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's play Kahoot! Now let's get ready for our first question. According to Peter Senga's classic work entitled The Fifth Discipline, what is the first discipline? Here are your choices: excellence, agility, self-awareness, and effectiveness. Now we have 45 answers. Please keep them coming. You only have 3 seconds to answer. 2 and 1. Answers are now locked. The correct answer is self-awareness. And congratulations to the 69 participants who got the correct answer. Congratulations. Currently leading the pack is Francis from DBP with 918 points. Second is RS Constantino, not far behind with 907 points. And on third is Jean with 899 points. Now let's get ready for question number 2. Name the term used by Singapore Prime Minister's Director Pamela Lee instead of integrity in her opening keynote address. Here are your answers: ethics, incorruptibility, honor, and honesty. You only have 5 seconds to answer. 3, 2, 1. We got 141 answers, and the correct answer is incorruptibility. Congratulations to the 60 participants who got the correct answer. Let's see who is leading at the scoreboard. Once again, it's Francis from DBP staying strong with 1,786 points. Not far behind, again, RS Constantino with 1,783 points. And now we have a third high player. It's Lori with 1,679 points. You only have one more chance to beat the top scorers in this game. Mr. Roberto Balyon received the 2021 Ramon Magsaysay Award for his inspirational efforts in empowering communities, of which, here are your options: farmers, indigenous people, urban poor, and fisher folk. Log in your answers. We now have 140 answers in the pool. And the correct answer is fisher folk. Congratulations to the 97 participants who got the correct answer. Now, do we have new names in the leaderboard? Let's take a look. And here are your top 3 winners. Congratulations on third place. Lori with 2,511. She got 3 out of 3 correct. On second place, Eva May with 2,526 points. She also got perfect 3 out of 3. And our winner, Francis from DBP with 2,697 points, 3 out of 3. Congratulations to all of our winners. Third prize will win 500 pesos. Second prize wins 1,000 pesos, and our champion will get 1,500 pesos. To claim your prize, kindly send your GCash number or your land bank account number to Miss Frey with phone number 0942-053-103, or you may email her at lfjdwilson@cesboard.gov.ph. Once again, to claim your prize, kindly send your GCash number or your land bank account number to Miss Frey at 0942-054-3103, or send an email at lfjdwilson@cesboard.gov.ph.
Thank you to everyone who joined in on the fun. And don't worry, you can join us again tomorrow if you want another chance to win some prizes. Now, before we start with today's plenary learning sessions, how about we take this short recap of yesterday's events? It's one of the biggest gatherings of CES officers with courage, agility, and future-ready leadership. What better way to start that than with CESCon 2021?
The Career Executive Service Board has unceasingly looked for opportunities to gather and to touch base with the leaders.
As an achievement, it's also time for us to step back. What have we done to come this far, this moment? It's really a time to celebrate 48 years.
CES Lifelong Learning for Leadership Congress and to the 48th anniversary celebration of the Career Executive Service. This year, allow us to bring you a different kind of virtual experience as we aim to reignite positivity, rekindle our sense of unity, and strengthen our resolve to deliver the brand of CESO leadership that our country needs today and beyond.
The CASB has always been committed in equipping leaders and maintaining the spirit of excellence in government. May this event inspire more innovative solutions that will improve your capacity to bring the best service to the public.
Mabuhay sa taga-CES sa inyong conference na ginagawa ngayon at sana tulad namin mga community, yung ating mga taga-gobyerno at itong ating mga kasamahan sa CES ay pagpatuloy yung pagkakaisa bilang mga Pilipino para magkaroon tayo ng magandang buhay, magandang kinabukasan, hindi lang sa amin kundi sa sunod pang mga henerasyon.
CESB is proud to honor CESOs who during this pandemic have shown us what compassionate leadership is all about.
The ease of ziplining into the future is actually reinforced by what Mahatma Gandhi told us when he was alive. Sabi niya, the future depends on what you do today, what we do today. The elements of resilience remain the same, diba? Perseverance. But now, you have to do the steering through the adversity with lots of courage. This is where courageous leadership, courageous perseverance comes to play.
We need leaders who are passionate about mental health, monitoring developments on budgeting, policy formulation and programming, and advocating for sound approaches.
A leader must strive for better self-awareness and self-mastery. To change the world for the better, a leader must first learn to change himself.
The boy who is going to be a great man must not make up his mind merely to overcome 1,000 obstacles, but to win in spite of 1,000 repulses and defeats.
As we upskill, reskill, and challenge our limits, we become even braver to find new opportunities to grow in what we call the fourth industrial revolution. The plenary learning session 2 will be moderated by Director Andrea Celine M. Magtalas. Attorney Magtalas is the Director 4 of the Information and Communications Technology Systems Service Department of the Department of Budget and Management. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Attorney Andrea Magtalas.
Thank you, Isa. Good morning, everyone. Isang mapagpalang umaga po sa ating lahat. And I am Angel Magtalas. I am your session chair for the first plenary learning session today. So today, together with our inspiring speakers, we are going to brave the fourth industrial revolution. We will listen to our speakers share their journey in leveraging technology towards government innovation. But before we go any further, let's define what is industrial revolution. Industrial revolution is a term that covers a specific time frame when newly introduced cutting-edge technologies radically reshape societies. The first industrial revolution happened in the 18th century, was triggered by steam and water-powered production. The second industrial revolution happened in the late 19th century, was due to the electricity which sparked mass production. The third IR, Industrial Revolution, was marked by electronic technologies and the birth of the computer. And now we are in the midst of the fourth Industrial Revolution, which is marked by extraordinary technological advances, which forces to rethink how our country is going to develop and how our organizations would have to evolve and create value. But more than just being a technology driven change, our first speaker today manifests that this is an opportunity to look beyond technology. It is a chance to find ways to give our clients, our government clients, the ability to positively impact their families, their organizations, and their communities. To begin today's second plenary session, we have Department of Science and Technology Undersecretary Rowena Cristina L. Guevara to present the Philippines Roadmap to Industry 4.0 Issues, Trends, and Initiatives. Yusek Gev, the Undersecretary for Research and Development of the DOST, also holds a Professor 12 position at the University of the Philippines. She is distinguished as the youngest and the first female to become Dean of the UP College of Engineering. She obtained her Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical Engineering as well as her Master of Science in Electrical Engineering from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, while she received her doctoral degree from the University of Michigan. Yusek Gev is a born educator and was even recognized as one of the outstanding teachers of the Philippines in 2010. She was named as the Presidential Gawad Ses Awardee in 2018 and was conferred an award for continuing excellence in service in 2019. She impressively also plays the piano, an instrument she mastered as a medium of both creative arts and as a science, having completed researches on sound, speech, and other related topics. Yusek Guevara, you may now please begin your presentation.
Career executives, CES eligible, co-workers in government, CESB officials and personnel, ladies and gentlemen, magandang agham po sa ating lahat. Allow me to thank CESB and Executive Director Maria Marcy Ballesteros for giving me the opportunity to present the Philippine Roadmap to Industry 4.0, Issues, Trends, and Initiatives. Ano kaya ang hinahalo ni ate sa malaking kawali? Yan po ay bagoong. Ganito ang pinagmulan ng microenterprise ni Mrs. Amanda Batad ng Bataan. In the next 18 seconds, I will show you the assistance extended by DOST Region 3 to Amanda's Marine Products in 2013.
DOST po set up, nagbigay po sila ng shipping tag na meron po capacity naman po na 200 kilos. Using po yung chocolate kettle, malaking tulong po yun sa production po namin. Mas madali yung hulog niya lang po doon, tapos nag-steer na po siya automatically po.
This is an example of automation that was done by hand into something efficiently done by a machine in a bigger scale. Amanda's Marine Products is available at Chowking, Goldilocks, Mang Inasal, Kabalen, and other restaurants and groceries today. According to Wikipedia, a cyber physical system, or CPS, is a computer system in which a mechanism is controlled or monitored by computer-based algorithms. The picture on the left is in the lab, and the picture on the right is Dr. Dilo Bugtay demonstrating the agapay to Secretary de la Peña during the National Science and Technology Week 2019. Dr. Bugtay is a professor of mechanical engineering at De La Salle University, and he is working with Professor Reynaldo Rey Matias of St. Luke's Medical Center, College of Medicine on the Agapay exoskeleton, a 3D printed wearable robot that is biomimetically designed to account for all the movements of the upper limbs. It can be used as robot assistant therapy for stroke patients. Agapay, is a cyber-physical system. The technologies of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, or Industry 4.0, such as automation and robotics, have been with us for a long time. But today, we have the computing power to make cyber-physical systems possible on a larger scale. The Industrial Revolution is due to technologies that reshaped human history. The first Industrial Revolution used water and steam to mechanize production. The second used electric power to create mass production. The third used electronics and information technology to automate production. Now, a fourth industrial revolution is building on the third. It is characterized by a fusion of technologies that is blurring the lines between the physical, the digital, and the biological spheres. In short, cyber-physical systems. The fourth industrial revolution, or Industry 4.0, is characterized by velocity, scope, and systems impact. The speed of current breakthroughs has no historical precedent. It is evolving at an exponential rather than a linear pace. Moreover, it is disrupting almost every industry in every country, and the breadth and depth of these changes herald the transformation of entire systems of production, management, and governance. This graph shows technology penetration versus time. Before 1900, the light bulb was an invention with very few users, and it was expensive. As light bulbs were mass produced, the situation changed, and almost every home has light bulbs. Today, we take light bulbs for granted and only think about it when the light bulb is busted. It took over 100 years for the light bulb to become ubiquitous or a vanishing technology. Same thing goes for cell phones. Before, we were happy to call and text using our cell phones. Today, we can edit PowerPoint presentations, perform bank transactions, virtually attend meetings, and have your food delivered wherever you are using cell phones. It took only 20 years for the cell phones to become ubiquitous. Ads in my Facebook account know that I went to the University of Michigan, hence the ad shown on the upper left. Each day, Spotify creates daily mixes for me based on the music that I listen to. See the upper right side. When you do a search in YouTube or Google, the search is customized for you and uses previous searches that you have made. This is artificial intelligence that we have already taken for granted, just like the light bulb. The Internet of Things, or IoT, are physical objects with sensors, processing ability, software, and other technologies, and they are connected and are able to exchange data with other devices and systems over the Internet or other communication networks. Examples are smartwatches, smart shoes, smartphones, smart cars. With all this information churned by many devices, we now have big data that can be mined for information. For example, if patients in a hospital all wear smartwatches, a nurse can monitor their physical activity, find each one of them, and determine who has elevated blood pressure, and so on. The figure shows the challenges in the development of Industry 4.0 in our country, expressed according to the specific phase in research and development where they are observed and according to their nature, which is in terms of resource and infrastructure, policy, ecosystem, and culture. As we go from ideation to prototyping to niche production to mass production, we encounter the following challenges. For resources and infrastructure, inadequate prototyping equipment for certain types of manufacturing, such as electronics and semiconductors, may slow down the innovation process. For policy, technology development requires a credible intellectual property policy. The complicated compliance process and numerous negotiations among researchers, industry, and government may lead to discouragement and cause hindrance for innovation. For the ecosystem, weak linkages among industry, academia, and government agencies make collaboration difficult. The innovation ecosystem needs to have a system that is supportive, cooperative, and reliable for developmental needs. We also have culture mismatch. The difference in cultures of the industry, academia, and government makes it difficult for all parties to compromise and seek common ground. For the Philippines, the problems and issues in Industry 4.0 are as follows. Education and training for key technologies is lacking. The information technology infrastructure, both public and private, are poor. We are slow in responding to change. While the pandemic offers an opportunity to go digital all the way, many government agencies still require hard copies and originals. The way we behave is reflected in the artificial intelligence that we create, and some scientists noticed gender bias in artificial intelligence systems. The bottom line is this: if we miss out on Industry 4.0, it may contribute to increase in poverty and hunger and to the widening of income and social inequality. Our task at DOST is to provide central direction and leadership of national S&T efforts. We ensure that science and technology results are geared and utilized in areas of maximum economic and social benefits for the people. Our work involves innovation, technology promotion, adoption and commercialization, increasing the critical mass of S&T human resources, improvement of the competitiveness of micro, small, and medium enterprises, disaster risk and climate change resiliency, and effective STI governance. We have 18 agencies, 16 regional offices, and 80 provincial S&T centers. In the next slides, I will show how DOST has been preparing for Industry 4.0. From 2011 to 2020, we have provided significant support to the industry sector through the Department of Science and Technology and the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development's grants in aid programs. From the 21 sectors that we support, space technology received the biggest funding at over 5 billion pesos, followed by food and disaster mitigation. For Industry 4.0, the USD established facilities for innovation, such as the Advanced Manufacturing Center, or AMCEN, which is a collaborative research center that harnesses 3D printing capabilities in 5 key areas: aerospace and defense, pharmaceutical and healthcare, novel electronics, agriculture, and automotive. The Materials Development Group is creating new materials from indigenous resources for additive manufacturing for electronics, rapid tooling, biomedical application, and geo-artificial structures. The Advanced Mechatronics, Robotics, and Industrial Automation Laboratory supports the metals and engineering industry in training the workforce using modern and competitive smart technology. We have the Packaging Technology Division of DOST Industrial Technology Development Institute that develops transport packaging systems that reduce logistics losses by as much as 50%. The Electronics Product Development Center, or EPDC, is a world-class facility that provides technical support services to promote innovation and high-value product development. The Modular Multi-Industry Innovation Center, or MMIC, can be retrofitted with modular unit operation equipment to simulate manufacturing line needs of various sectoral industries, including food, dietary supplements, oral personal care, fuels, energy feeds, and fertilizers as secondary industries. ADMATEL, or the Advanced Material Testing Laboratory, was established for failure analysis and materials testing for semiconductor electronics, aviation, automotive, chemical, and other industries. One lab consists of a network of laboratories that ensure availability and broadening public access to testing and calibration services at a single touch point through an IT-based platform. Currently, One Lab has 54 laboratory members from 16 DOST regional standards and testing labs, 7 research and development institutes, 23 local non-DOST laboratories, and 8 international member laboratories. In Agriculture 4.0, farmers are transitioning to smart farming using Internet of Things, machine learning, automation, and nanotechnology, among others. Smart agricultural technologies include sensors. PhilMech, or the Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization, developed a portable cacao quality sensor which measures the freshness of the harvested beans and if it is adulterated by assessing its water content and salinity. We are developing nanobiosensors that detect diseases in crops. In terms of increasing agricultural productivity, we supported the development of automated furrow irrigation system for sugarcane, automated hand tractor, and smarter greenhouse. There are also automated combined mechanical demusilager, fermenter dryer for cacao, and a programmable dehydrator for herbal materials, which improves the post-harvest processing. A balut vending machine is already available, which enables distribution of balut in non-traditional markets such as malls, hotels, airports, among others. Such programs helped us come up with a smart food value chain program, which ensures that local food self-sufficiency would thrive in the new normal. It includes the development of mobile modular food processing facility para pagka sumobra ang harvest, dadalhin lang yung mobile doon at pwede na pong mag-process at wala tayong itatapon na raw materials. Digital imaging for monitoring and evaluation, or DIME, uses space and geospatial technologies to provide data for the concerned government agencies. It can monitor irrigation projects, the National Greening Program, and road infrastructure from space. The USD created the niche centers in the regions for R&D, or NICER, to capacitate universities and hospitals in the regions to make significant improvement in regional research by integrating its developmental needs with existing R&D research capabilities and resources. 3 examples of NICERs that use Industry 4.0 technologies are water management in Luzon, environmental informatics in Visayas, and bioinformatics for health in Mindanao. USC scholarships were producing 17 MS and PhD graduates in 2008, but since 2015, we have been producing 400 to 500 MS and PhD graduates per year in science and engineering. We need to hire them and retain them in the country to thrive in Industry 4.0. The UST also continuously engages Filipino experts, both local and abroad, through RD Lead of the Science for Change program and the Balik Scientist program. With the AI Pinas program, more than 143 trainers were trained in 37 higher education institutions from different regions on deep learning and machine learning. There are over 24,000 scholars under the Smarter Philippines through Data Analytics R&D Training and Adoption, or SPARTA program. These interventions aim to accumulate a critical mass of researchers developing AI, or artificial intelligence, capabilities and solutions that are better and faster to enable the industry of data science and analytics and foster smart governance practices. We have the Good Governance through Data Science and Decision Support, or GODDESS program. Graduates of Sparta develop appropriate systems and technologies that can be adapted and used by national government agencies and local government units, specifically on urban mobility, energy management, e-governance, and citizen services, waste management, and water management. We have some ideas on artificial intelligence for government agencies. For example, artificial intelligence can detect fraudulent transactions to strengthen anti-money laundering regulations. Shown here are the various potential AI for government agencies. If you're interested, let us know. Here's the technology roadmap for artificial intelligence R&D. Similar roadmaps for quantum computing, cognitive computing, information technology, and others were crafted and will be reviewed next year for projection until 2030. Other research roadmaps related to Industry 4.0 may be found at the DOST Shared website shown here. Let me show you some examples of what Industry 4.0 can do. AI for infrastructure, for disaster risk reduction, and for traffic control management, for marine environment, for agriculture, for health and COVID, for smart cities, for industry, and prescriptive maintenance. Based on the E-Commerce Act, or RA 8792 of 2000, electronic signatures are legally recognized and electronic transactions are allowed in government. The Supreme Court en banc issued the interim rules on remote notarization of paper documents last July 2020. These are enabling laws for Industry 4.0. Before I end, I would like to share with you my wish list for the government. First is the digitization of government data. This way, we can mine it for information that will help our decision makers. Second is optimized digitalization of government processes to minimize face-to-face, not just in the time of pandemic, but as on a regular basis. This will also curb corruption in these transactions. But I say optimize because we cannot just digitize the processes. We first have to optimize it and then we digitalize. Third is the acceptance of e-signature following DICT verification and validation in government transactions. This way, we can truly digitalize government processes. We also encourage the use of artificial intelligence in government processes. For example, in the regulatory and judiciary, we can use artificial intelligence to help our limited resources in terms of human resource in dealing with all the backlogs that they have. Republic Act 9184 has to allow technology startups in government procurement because in today's Industry 4.0, it is the startups that can actually help government in making change happen and getting into Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 can level the field among countries. As government workers, we need to make sure that we maximize Industry 4.0 technologies for accurate government transactions, swift action, and efficient governance. Thank you for your attention at magandang agham sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much, Yusek Gev, for that presentation. And I'm sure not a few of the CESOs here, maybe all of us share your wish list. So we will now be opening the floor for one or two questions for Yusek Gev. Please use the Zoom chat box to participate in our question and answer portion. But before anyone else has a chance, Yusek Gev, may I ask the first question po?
Sure.
Thank you, Gev. So I heard about the Balik Scientists program. Can you tell us a bit about that and if the scientists can actually be deployed in other agencies if they need help in science and technology concerns?
Thank you for that question, Director Andrea. The Balik Scientist program provides funding for bringing a person who is of Filipino descent. Hindi siya kailangang Filipino citizen. Kahit na 1/1000 lang yung dugo niya na Filipino, pwede siyang maging balik scientist. Tapos yung expertise niya, kailangan kunyari ng isang government unit or isang university, pwede siyang dalhin dito. May tatlong klase. May short term, medium term, long term. Short term, 15 days up to 6 months. Medium term, 6 months to 1 year. Long term, 1 year to 3 years. Nagpo-provide kami ng daily allowance ng $200 or the UNDP rate, whichever is higher, for the stay of the short term and the medium term. Tapos kami yung magbabayad ng pamasahe niya at saka yung kanyang mga insurance and so on. Ang kailangan lang, may host na magpo-provide ng lamesa at saka ng upuan para dun sa balik scientist.
Yes.
Ang mga nakapag-avail na nito recently, yung Department of Health at saka yung FDA. So sana yung mga government units na gustong mag-Industry 4.0, hanap kayo ng ganyang Filipino o Filipino descent and then gawin nating balik scientist sa inyo. We have 101 slots this year.
101 slots. So
Yes.
I think, ma'am, we will have to communicate that to the science and technology graduates who are working abroad. Sayang nga po. Sana if they can come back to the Philippines and be here to help our other government agencies, that would be great. While waiting for other questions, Yusek Gev, I think we still have a few minutes with you. Can you give us another insight naman po? We saw in your wish list that you used the words digitization and digitalization. Can you explain to us what the difference of the two terms are?
Okay. Tayong mga humans, analog tayo. So yung mata natin, yung pandinig, panlasa natin, analog yan. So pag sinabi mong masarap, ang daming ibig sabihin ng masarap. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin 5 times or 5.0 masarap kasi hindi tayo ganon. Ang computers naman, dalawang number lang ang alam niyan. 0 at saka 1. Kasi binary sila. So kapag kinonvert mo yung isang information into binary, maiintindihan ng computer. Ang tawag sa process na yan ay digitization. So for example, tinype mo yung pangalan mo, digitize na yung pangalan mo. Pero pag pinirma mo siya, hindi digital yon. Pero pag in-scan mo yung pirma mo, digitized din yon. Ngayon, pag na-digitize mo na yung data mo, lahat nasa loob na ng computer, pwede ka na ngayon magkaroon ng digitalized transaction. Bigyan ko kayo example, nagpa-national ID application ako kahapon. Pinasulat sa akin lahat ng impormasyon sa pirasong papel. Pagdating ko doon sa registration, tinype niya. Kung digitalize yung ating national ID application, ako na dapat ang nag-type ng pangalan ko at saka ng mga impormasyon tungkol sa akin, saka sinubmit ko na online. Digitalization yun. Tapos, kunyari sa justice, sa judiciary, kapag gumamit na sila ng artificial intelligence para malaman na pare-pareho yung naging decision nila sa similar cases, digitalization din yun.
Thank you, ma'am. And for the last question po, we received a question from Mr. Razul Lozano. DPWH Quirino DEO is interested in the automation of gathering road data using drone, digitizing the gathering road defects and road measurements, the gathering of road defects. This will upgrade my capstone project under DAP. So, under po siya siguro ng PMDP, ma'am. How can we avail your assistance?
Nako, kayang-kaya natin yan. Meron tayong Department of Science and Technology Advanced Science Technology Institute or ASTI. Meron tayong mga image processing experts doon. So yung mga images na na-capture ng drone ninyo, pag binigay niyo yun doon sa ASTI, kaya nila kayong igawa ng artificial intelligence para masabi na itong road na to, palpak to, itong road na to, okay na to, itong road na to, sabi niya, 1 kilometer, 0.9 kilometers lang. So, kaya na yung gawin with image processing.
Thank you very much, Yusek Gev. So I hope the one who asked the question po was able to get that and will be able to coordinate with UST ASTI. So Yusek Gev, thank you very much po for your time and for your presentation. Indeed, the initiatives and projects that you shared po allowed us to appreciate that the Filipinos can confidently take on the changes brought about by the technologies of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So as a token of our appreciation for that knowledge sharing, ma'am, we present to you this certificate of appreciation. So on behalf of the CESB, allow me to read the citation and award this certificate of appreciation to you, Yusek Rowena Cristina L. Guevara, for having shared her expertise and imparted valuable lessons as a speaker in the 2021 CES Lifelong Learning and Leadership Congress with the theme Resilience 4.0, Courage, Agility, Future Ready Leadership. Given this 10th day of November 2021, signed by Maria Marcy Cosare Ballesteros, Executive Director, Career. Thank you again, Music Give. Congratulations po.
Thank you. Maraming salamat.
For the second speaker of our second plenary learning session, we have Mayor Bernard Faustino MD of the local government of Kawayan City. Since his election in 2013, he consistently received the annual Most Outstanding Mayor Award for transforming the once neglected city into the first ever smart city in the Philippines. As a city that uses information and communications technology to enhance its livability, workability, and sustainability. He is also distinguished as one of the outstanding young men in 2018. He has represented the country in various international engagements for his active advocacy in smart city initiatives and in localizing the United Nations 17 Development Goals. A world-class Kawayenyo, Mayor D finished his Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, major in International Business degree at the University of California, Riverside, and obtained his Master of Arts degree in Organization Development from the Southeast Asia Interdisciplinary Development Institute. He will be presenting today a case study on the story of Kawayan City. Thank you for joining us today, Mayor, all the way from Kawayan. Let us give a warm round of applause for Mayor D.
Thank you very much, Director Andrea, for that very warm introduction. And to everybody listening in and tuning in to this CES 2021 National Convention. Pleasant morning to all. Firstly, I would like to thank the officers and members of the Career Executive Service Board for giving us the opportunity to be part of this very momentous event as we hold this year's CES Lifelong Learning for Leadership Congress. To my fellow presenters, special mention to Engineer Rowena Guevara, the Undersecretary of DOST, who has been very supportive since day one when we started with the Smart Cities project. To all participating LGUs and other agencies joining us today, ladies and gentlemen, isang mapagpala at ligtas na araw po sa ating lahat. It is my privilege to share with you the journey of Kawayan City on smart and sustainable cities. I would like to start my discussion by introducing the city of Kawayan. Kawayan is located 365 kilometers north of Manila. We are the poorest city among the cities in the region, and we are highly agricultural, mainly tobacco, rice, and corn. And that is where we take pride on how a small, poor, and highly agricultural city was able to evolve as the Philippines' first smarter city. Next slide, please. Kawayan City was given the recognition as the Philippines' first smarter city by the Department of Science and Technology on March 25, 2015, in recognition of its excellence in the delivery of public service through digital governance. This is a collaboration with the DOST and the Academe, particularly the Isabela State University. What is a smarter city concept? It actually does not have a standard or universal definition, but it boils down to taking advantage of information and communications technology with the aim to improve the quality of life of the people. Next slide, please. The Smart Cities framework has three generations. First is being smart city driven, raising awareness and welcoming the idea of how science and technology can enhance local governance. Second is when you start to be a smart city enabled. This is the time when we start providing technologies and infrastructure for the use of the people. And third is a smart city where there is citizen engagement. where people start to be co-creators or co-developers of different digital technologies. Again, our sincerest thanks to the UST and ISU because throughout these generations, the support from these partners for Kawayan City has always been there and the collaboration has become more aggressive, innovative, and impactful through the years. Next slide, please. When the United Nations launched the new 17 Sustainable Development Goals, Kawayan City took the lead in localizing these goals, which we call 17 hamon sa bawat Kawayanyo, or 17 challenges for every citizen of Kawayan, where all plans and programs of the LGU are aligned for the achievement of these global goals, with the aim to evolve as a smarter and sustainable Kawayan City. Next slide, please. Since the launching of the UN SDGs in 2016, these have served as a blueprint of Kawayan City's plans, programs, and developmental projects. And to champion in the implementation of these goals, we deemed it necessary to first increase awareness among the people about the SDGs, to get them involved. And these are just some of our campaigns. Distribution of school bags to all our schools. Next slide, please. Welcome banners in all our barangays showcasing the SDGs. Next slide, please. Our first SDG park that's enjoyed now by children. Next slide, please. And the largest SDG-inspired mural in our city sports complex. Next slide, please. Yeah. At this point, I would like to share with you the different projects that we have accomplished on our Smarter and Sustainable Cities project. Let us watch this AVP. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There.
The issue of hunger is not just a problem of any local government, but the entire world, which leads to a bigger and more serious problem, malnutrition. In our efforts to address and promote the global goals, especially goal number 2, zero hunger, Kawayan City has launched and established the Kawayan City's first food bank. Food Bank project is set to be the first hunger relief operations in the city, acting as food storage and distribution center of food catering to people, especially indigent families and children, giving them free food on a daily basis, which mainly aims to promote food security, food safety, and good nutrition in the city of Kawayan. With the help of the members of the City Council, headed by Vice Mayor Leoncio Bongdalin Jr., Ordinance 2017-107 was enacted, providing guidelines for the operation of the food bank. The ordinance likewise requires all establishments engaged in selling either retail or wholesale of non-perishable goods such as canned goods, long shelf life foods to deposit and donate such food items before expiration to the food bank in order to be cooked, processed, and given to indigent families. Establishments found guilty of selling expired goods are to be penalized accordingly. Individuals, establishments, local retailers, companies, NGOs, and other charitable institutions also take part through donations in cash or in kind, which supplement the funds of the city government for the maintenance of facilities and daily operations of the food bank. This small facility was able to feed 21,828 individuals with the help of 174 donors since it was established in 2016. Isn't that simply amazing?
Ni Irene nga puro na editi Dominit, Kawayan City. Nga pagyamanak launa ita adati kasto nga project ni Mayor ket launa itulong kanya ni nga magat na ito.
Thank you Mayor sa pagkain. Sana wala nang magutom.
for that very comprehensive ABP. The Smarter and Sustainable Cities project has opened opportunities for Hawaiian City to showcase its best practices both in the national and international stage, lining ourselves up alongside with metro, highly urbanized cities. Next slide, please. We have asserted the presence of Hawaiian City in different international engagements and share our practices, how we champion in smart and sustainable cities. Next slide, please. These are just some of the pictures of our international engagements. Connect Tech in Singapore. Next slide, please. The WeGo in South Korea. Next slide, please. This is in Washington, D.C., where we spoke as a keynote address. This is in Singapore. And the Summit of Leaders in Oxford. Next slide, please. The most significant, this is the U4SCC. Next slide, please. But the most significant among these international engagements, which I can say is a milestone in our Smart Cities journey, is our partnership with the Smart Cities Council and the Smart Cities Network through its ever supportive and hardworking chairman, Mr. Kok Chintai. Next slide. This partnership has supported us in many ways, from providing technical assistance for capacity building up to linking us with the international stakeholders who could help us strengthen our efforts with the main goal to actually impart awareness among other cities so that we can create a nation of more smart and sustainable cities in the Philippines. This video was taken during the first Smart Cities Readiness Challenge workshop last January 2019, before the pandemic, and with the participation of the League of Cities of the Philippines and municipalities around the country. Next slide, please. Again, because of these engagements, Kauai City is just so lucky to be granted with funding opportunities and projects from international agencies to support us, not only to improve what we are now doing, but really help us address the challenges that our city faces. Next slide, please. This year, we took the localization of SDG efforts to the next level by asserting our presence in the international arena. Recently, I was invited to talk during the recently concluded 76th United Nations General Assembly for the session Building the City of the Future, Step Up Now Through Collaboration and Innovation, held last September 20 in 2021, representing not only the Philippines, but the entire Asia. Next slide, please. We also closely worked with UNSCAP for the localization of SDG 7 on energy efficiency and signed a memorandum of understanding with DOST Secretary Fortunato de la Peña, ISU President Dr. Rikmar Aquino, and United Cities Secretary General Kari Aina Ike from Norway and Sokmei Go of Singapore for the expansion of smart and sustainable cities projects in the entire Philippines. Next slide, please. Since the time when we started with the Smart and Sustainable Cities project in 2015, the following years have been the banner years for Hawaiian City as we have received national commendations and awards. So here are just some of our awards. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Digital governance. Next slide, please. Yeah. With all of these awards, what is really awarding and fulfilling in this journey is how we have successfully reached the third generation of a smart city, being able to encourage active engagement from the people of Kauai. It is rewarding to see how people have embraced science and technology. Our barangays are now smarter barangays, where they started incorporating these technologies in governing their people at their own initiative. Like here, for example, they are now using QR codes for household profiling, which is helpful for relief assistance distribution. They also encourage their constituents to put aquaponics in their backyards. Next slide, please. Police drones for their public safety, smart bins for efficient solid waste management. Next slide, please. They started using online platforms for information dissemination, communication with other barangays, and the LGU. Next slide, please. So at this time of COVID-19 pandemic, where everything went digital, The people of Kawaii City already got a head start in using these new technologies, which is a success story for the local government because we can see that the people are adaptive to innovation. We have seen the potential of our locals to be co-creators of these technologies. Next slide, please. As you can see here, we have implemented the no QR code, no entry in our checkpoints to help in contact tracing. And all members of the society cooperate and comply with this policy. Next slide, please. But there remains a challenge, the resistance from other people to use these technologies. But throughout the years, we've seen how they make innovation a part of their day-to-day lives. Next slide, please. At present, the city has embarked on in getting ISO 37122, the certification for smart and sustainable communities. We aim to be the first city in the Philippines to be ISO certified on smart and sustainable cities, purposely to help us better assess the impact of all our initiatives we have implemented in the last 5 years. It is with high hopes that with the accomplishment of Kawayan City could serve as a blueprint for other cities who also would like to engage in the same project to create more smart and sustainable communities in the Philippines. And finally, push for legislation of this framework and be an essential indicator of a pandemic proof good local governance moving forward. Next slide, please. There is still a lot to be done, especially at these trying times where every day is a day to learn, explore, and collaborate. So, for questions and other concerns, we would love to hear from you and collaborate with you. Again, thank you for giving us this opportunity, and I hope that we were able to inspire you with this humble experience of Kawayan City. That smart cities are not only for big or metro cities, if it can be done in a city which is poor in terms of income, small and highly agricultural like Hawaiian City, then there is no reason for other cities or LGUs not to do it. Again, thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Mayor D. Mabalat. That was inspiring and impressive. Right now, we are opening the floor for questions, for a few questions for Mayor D. Please use the Zoom chat box if you want to participate in our question and answer portion. But Mayor D, if you will allow me, let me ask the first question po.
Sure po, Director.
I know there are a lot to choose from based on your presentation, but what is your favorite smart city innovation that you have already implemented in Kawayan City?
I think what is the most fulfilling is the creations of our citizens themselves, because in that way we have already reached the third generation, which is really involving the citizens. Again, government cannot do and solve problems alone. We need the citizen engagement, and through these collaborations, I think. And through this open mind, like an open government, wherein people can just throw in solutions and as long as it's helping the rest of the community, then definitely I think that's the best among all the projects that we've implemented.
Well, thank you, Mayor D. Citizen engagement. So that is key for Kawayan City. Another question, Mayor D, if you'll allow me. What inspired you to localize the 17 UN SDGs?
Well, I have been all throughout these years. I've been involved with the organization called JCI, and even before the SDGs came into play, it was MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals. There were only seven at that time, or eight at that time. Now it's 17. So now being in public office, because I was in the NGO, I'm an NGO by heart. I was just put in the public office in 2013. So I implemented, and I found it, I deemed it as my obligation to push these kinds of initiatives on on the public sector. So I think throughout the years being with the NGO, I've seen the lack of awareness with regards to the MDGs and now the SDGs. So I really took advantage of being in public office to push such very ambitious global goals. I think one step at a time, we can change the world one city at a time.
Wow, one step at a time. That's very inspiring, Mayor. And we have one question from the audience. What are your greatest challenges in introducing technologies into established, rigid, and structured systems in the LGU?
it's a constant challenge. I think it will be forever a challenge. Every time you introduce change, there will be resistance. There will, of course, be people that don't want to change. So it just has to be you have to be persistent. You have to make sure that change that you're introducing will definitely help them out, and make their lives more comfortable and more convenient. I think that this is something that I think this generation, the coming generations, will definitely be different from being open to change. Being because technology, for example, changes like very very short. It has a very short period. It just keeps improving and improving, and that's why I think this is one thing that will definitely we can observe in the coming years. The people will be more open to change, especially now everything is going digital.
Openness to change. Mayor, with each answer, you give us a very valuable insight. So we have a new question po. Which one of the 17 SDG challenges was hardest to meet?
They're all hard, actually. Actually, they're all hard. But I think what is important is no matter how small or big a contribution that you're going to do for the achievement of the global goals, when you add it up, when you add all these small contributions, it will still create positive change. There are it's really um, I mean, you don't have to be a big company. You don't have to be a government. You don't have to be a mayor or a top executive. I always tell the students, in your own little ways, you can contribute to these global goals just by, throwing trash in the waste basket, making sure you conserve water, things like that. When you add it all up, and it's a collective effort, I think we can change the world one city at a time.
Again, inspiring. The questions keep coming. So there's another one here. Having a smart city, how does it change or impact the income generation of Kawayan City?
Well, it makes it more efficient. That's number one. Computerizing or digitalizing governance makes a lot of things, transactions more efficient and transparent. And this is something I think that's very valuable nowadays. That we should get rid of the old school way of doing mano mano or manual inputs. 'Cause,
Manuals.
it increases the human error. When you digitalize, I think it's more it's a better way of spending the resources, especially of government, into a more efficient and effective manner.
We have a comment here, Mayor D. Mr. Gerald Gallego said, "Thank you for that very impressive presentation, Mayor D. The vision of my LGU assignment is to become a smart city. What are the initial activities to be undertaken by the LGU to realize this vision? Can we make a partnership with the City of Kawayan and serve as our model city po? Thank you."
Certainly, that has been our goal. I think that is why we have been invited to be speakers. It's really to showcase, to tell the story of Kawaii City. We've documented our journey so that we can be able to help other cities, and not just cities but also LGUs, to transform into smarter and sustainable communities. So I think they're on the right track by actually acknowledging and being open and being adaptive to having a smart, sustainable city. And we'll be happy and glad to work with you. We posted our contact details, and together, I think the secret is collaboration. I think that's where we all should be going now. The more collaboration, the more partnerships we have, the better for us to implement sustainable solutions for our country.
So your step one, Mayor D, is really the openness to become a smart city po.
Correct. Yeah.
That's good. And another question, Mayor D, maybe we're getting the last few questions now. As a leader, what are the greatest issues and challenges in managing and sustaining change in terms of adopting a culture of change and innovation?
I think the most challenging is really the adoption of the citizens. I mean, you cannot just throw solutions and programs or projects if the citizens themselves cannot use it, are not, it's not user friendly for the citizens. They don't see the benefit. Then it will be useless. It's very important, I think, to listen and really find solutions where people would actually use. We have to ask the people. We have to properly engage citizens on what problems or what issues they really want to solve, so that they will find value in this in the efforts that we're doing on smart cities.
And I have a very interesting last question, Mayor D. How do you sustain these innovations as mayor despite natural calamities and some negative people? Yung natural calamities po kaya, paano natin ina-address?
In natural calamities, for example, this is we have one very exciting project which hopefully every city in the Philippines will get, which is the digital twin cities. It's part of the presentation earlier, and that tool was very or is very powerful, because before, every time there's typhoons or baha or all these calamities, it will take days, weeks, sometimes even months to assess the damage, whether it be crop damage, whether it be damaged homes, wiped out partially damaged homes. It will take a lot of time, a long time to assess. But with this digital twin cities project, right in an instant, right after the typhoon leaves, you have a snapshot already of the kind of damage, whether it be damage to crops, damage to infrastructure, and you already can compute using AI. Can compute the amount of damage that was done. So therefore, you'll have a more efficient way of addressing and utilizing the resources of government in helping out, or in whether it be giving ayuda, or doing the repairs of the infrastructure that was damaged, or giving ayuda to the farmers of whatever crop, whichever crop that they were affected. So I think it's really a more efficient and effective manner of delivering public service to our people. With regards to those that don't want to use it, sooner or later, there will always be people that will be, forever be resistant to change. But
Of
as
course.
long as it's working for the general public, and people are, taking advantage and getting the benefit of it, I think it won't stop us. It won't stop us from getting more solutions and impacting the lives of the general population.
There are still a few more questions, Mayor D, but I will ask them to forward to you, to the City of Kawayan, because you posted your contact details earlier. We really just want to thank everyone who participated in the question and answer activity, and to you, Mayor D. Let me just share some of the key insights that I got from you, aside from the technical innovations of leveraging technology and of course proper and strategic planning and implementation. You mentioned a persistent and strong political will to do what is right for the city of Kawayan. You have a heart for public service coming from an NGO before your stint as mayor. You also highlighted citizen engagement and collaboration as key in successful implementation. There's also openness to change and the openness to be a smart city. And of course, you also said transparency. So I think with all these ingredients really make the story of Kawayan as a very, very inspiring story. And congratulations to you and your team, Mayor Story Service and Inspiration to all of us here and to all other LGUs. And I know that as the CESO community, we'll be looking forward to hear more from Kawayan City and from other local government units. So for now, as our thanks, we present to you, Mayor D, this certificate of appreciation On behalf of the CESB, allow me to read the citation and award this certificate of appreciation to you, Mayor Bernard Faustino, MD, for having shared his expertise and imparted valuable lessons as a speaker in the 2021 CES Lifelong Learning and Leadership Congress with the theme Resilience 4.0, Courage, Agility, Future-Ready Leadership. Given this 10th day of November 2021, signed Maria Marcy Cosare Ballesteros, Executive Director, Career Executive Service Board. Thank you again, Mayor D, and congratulations.
Thank you very much po, and have a wonderful day and enjoy the rest of the conference. Mabuhay po.
That was an insightful start to our day. Thank you for moderating, Director Magtalas. On behalf of the CESB, allow me to read the citation and award this certificate of appreciation to you, Director Andrea Celine M. Magtalas, for having shared her expertise and imparted valuable lessons as moderator in the 2021 CES Lifelong Learning and Leadership Congress with the theme Resilience 4.0, Courage, Agility, Future-Ready Leadership, given this 10th day of November 2021. Signed by Maria Marcy Cosare Ballesteros, Executive Director, Career Executive Service Board. Thank you again and congratulations, Attorney. In a fast-paced world, where information is just at our fingertips, I'd like to emphasize the importance of wellness breaks so we can process information better. It's really no joke. In fact, let's have one right now. And this will last for 10 minutes, okay? A wellness break can be anything. We encourage you to stretch, breathe. Talagang breathe in and out with mindfulness, okay? Drink a glass of water, even go to the restroom. Anything that can help you stay focused. So we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Magandang araw po muli sa inyo. Nandito po tayong muli para sa susunod na ehersisyo na ating gagawin o exercise. So katulad ng nauna nating ehersisyo, kailangan pa rin natin ng panulat at papel. At sasabayan pa rin natin ng pagguhit ang ating paghinga. Okay, so ngayon, ang susunod na konsepto na gagawin natin ay tutulungan natin ang ating sarili na mas i-regulate yung ating paghinga. Okay? Kanina pinansin lang natin yung pace o bilis o yung depth o lalim ng ating paghinga, hindi po ba? So ngayon naman, tutulungan natin ang ating sarili na mas makahinga ng malalim at makahinga ng marahan. Okay? So, kumuha tayo muli ng papel at panulat. Okay? So, ang gagawin naman natin ngayon ay tinatawag na spiral drawing, spiral line drawing, okay? So, parehong konsepto, sa bawat pagguhit pataas, tayo ay hihinga, sa bawat guhit pababa, tayo ay bubuga or mag-e-exhale, okay? So, ang gagawin natin ay, drawing tayo ng spiral line na palaki, ng palaki, ng palaki. At habang lumalaki, ng lumalaki ang spiral line, mapapansin natin na mas lumalalim ang ating paghinga at mas bumabagal. Okay? So, simulan natin sa pagguhit sa gitna ng ating papel. Okay? So, kumuha tayo muli ng panulat at simulan natin ang pagguhit dito sa gitna. So, sa bawat upstroke or guhit pataas, we inhale, inhale, and downstroke, we exhale. Inhale, upstroke, and exhale, downstroke. Inhale, upstroke, exhale, downstroke. And while you are doing this exercise, maaring meron kang ibang nanonotice sa iyong sarili, no? Maaring nakikita mo na, nako, parang hindi yata pantay ang aking pagguhit, okay? So, let's just notice that part of ourselves that's being critical. Okay? So, meron tayong tinatawag na inner critic, di po ba? At itong inner critic na ito, nakakatulong siya sa atin sa tuwing tayo ay may mga gagawin na kailangan nating magawa ito ng maayos. Pero sa pagkakataong ito, magpo-focus lang tayo sa pagguhit upang matulungan ang ating sarili mas makapag-regulate ng breathing, okay? So, inhale with every upstroke and exhale with every downstroke. Now, makikita nyo at manonotice nyo na lumalaki na ng lumalaki yung ating spiral line, hindi po ba? So, habang lumalaki ng lumalaki ang spiral line, papapansin mo na mas nagbe-breathe ka ng marahan at malalim. Okay? Pansinin mo yung pakiramdam sa iyong katawan habang ginagawa mo ang exercise na ito. Okay? So, maaaring kumpara sa unang exercise, maaaring may iba na may pakiramdam tayo na mas nakaka-relax pala, na mas humihinga tayo ng malalim. O maaaring may iba sa atin na habang ginagawa yung spiral line, baka merong pakiramdam na tila kinakapos sa paghinga. Okay? So, maaari tayong huminto kung pakiramdam ninyo ay hindi na kayo komportable o nahihirapan kayong huminga. So, kailangan nating irespeto yung pace ng ating katawan. Okay? So, lagi nating tatandaan na kung ano yung paraan o kailangan ng ating katawan, kailangan lang nating sundan. Okay? So, kumpara lang ninyo yung exercise natin kanina sa una at sa ngayon. Alin sa tingin ninyo ang mas nakatulong ng mabuti sa inyo? Okay? So, always remember that what we are doing now, breathing while making lines, ang goal natin ay tulungan ang ating sarili na mas makapag-relax, makahinga ng malalim, ma-appreciate ang beauty ng paghinga. And this is not about coming up with perfect artwork that we can show off to other people. Hindi po ito ay isang activity na kailangan maganda, perfect. Hindi po ako guro na mag-check na, ay, hindi pantay ang iyong pagguhit. Okay? So, ang konsepto na ating ginagawa ngayon ay merong tinatawag na expressive arts. Okay? So, ang expressive arts ay tumutulong sa atin upang gamitin ng iba't ibang modalities tulad nga ng pagguhit, pwede ding pagsusulat, pwede ring paggawa ng musika, ng tunog, o maaaring paggalaw. Okay ba yun? So, ngayon, ang ginagawa natin, merong konsepto ng paggalaw dahil nga ho tayo ay humihinga ng malalim at may konsepto rin ng pagguhit. Okay? So, sana po ay nakatulong sa inyo ang ehersisyo na ginawa natin ngayon. Magandang araw po muli sa inyong lahat. Ngayon sa pangatlo nating ehersisyo, gagamitin pa rin natin yung konsepto na sa bawat pataas na guhit tayo ay hihinga at pababang guhit tayo ay mag-e-exhale. Okay, so ngayon, ang gagawin nating guhit ay dadagdagan natin ng isang konsepto. Ito yung konsepto ng pagpigil or pag-hold ng breath. Okay, so sisimulan natin sa gitna muli ang ating pagguhit. So kanina, gumawa tayo ng spiral line. So, tinulungan natin ang ating sarili na huminga ng mas malalim at mas marahan habang lumalaki ng lumalaki ang spiral line. Ngayon, ang iguguhit naman natin ay triangle. So, triangle siya na lumalaki. So, kaparehong konsepto, sa bawat pagguhit ng pataas, tayo ay hihinga, pababa, tayo ay bubuga, pero pag ang linya ay pahiga, tayo ay mag-hold ng breath or pipigilan ang paghinga. Okay, so sa bawat cycle ng isang inhale, exhale, pipigil ang paghinga, inhale, exhale, pigil ang paghinga. So, ganun po ang gagawin natin. So, simulan natin muli sa gitna ng ating papel. So, upstroke inhale, downstroke exhale, then hold, pigil. Inhale, exhale, hold. Inhale. Exhale. Hold. Inhale. Exhale. Hold. Habang ginagawa mo ang pattern na ito ng pagguhit, paghinga, at pagpigil, pansinin ninyo ang pinagkaiba ng exercise na ito sa mga nauna nating exercise. Meron bang pakiramdam ng comfort o relaxation kapag nag-a-add tayo ng hold sa isang cycle ng inhale at exhale? Maaring may iba sa atin ay nahihirapan na merong pigil sa pagitan ng inhale at exhale. So, pansinin mo lamang yun sa ating sarili. Wala namang tama o maling pakiramdam. Habang ginagawa mo ang mga exercises na ito, lagi mo lang iisipin na buksan natin ang ating mga puso at isip sa anumang damdamin ang maaaring dumating. Dahil isa nga sa konsepto ng mindfulness ay yung pagbubukas ng ating sarili or being kind to whatever emotions, whatever thoughts, whatever feeling that may come and arrive in every moment of our lives, hindi po ba? And also, there's also that concept of being in the moment, anchoring our attention in the moment. And most of the time, it's done by breathing, hindi po ba? So, this time, we will help ourselves anchor more in the present or being in the moment by making lights, okay? So, just enjoy this moment, enjoy this present moment of just breathing, connecting to life, while you are making doodles. Okay? So sana po nakatulong itong exercise na ito upang mas makapag-relax po kayo.
Welcome back, CESCON participants. I hope you had a good wellness break, 10 minutes well spent. Let's now proceed with our third plenary learning session entitled Putting Policies into Action, Lessons in Innovative Leadership and Organizational Agility. To moderate this session is none other than Attorney Francis Ron C. de Guzman, who is the Director of the Anti-Illegal Recruitment Branch of the POEA, as well as recipient of the Young Achievers Award from the Australia Awards in the Philippines. Thank you for joining us. We give you Attorney de Guzman.
Magandang umaga po. Thank you, Isa, for that introduction. And it is a pleasure to be among the country's future leaders, listening and learning from experts. Indeed, yung pandemic has forced everyone to double time on change. And sabi nga ni Attorney Aliones kahapon, the disruption, saka yung VUCA, naririnig lang natin dati. And bihira nating ma-experience in real life. But now, words like pivot, innovation, agility quickly became keywords as we navigate the new normal. And listening to the sharing of Yusek Guevara a while ago and Mayor D, ang dami nating natutunan on how we are able to innovate in the pursuit of public service. Okay? In the pursuit of public service. Now, let us continue to listen on how we can make these keywords useful in real life. And as our next resource person, will be able to share with us their journey in the Department of Agrarian Reform. To tell us how, we have with us the Undersecretary for Legal Affairs, Yusek Luis Minrado C. Pangulayan from the Department of Agrarian Reform to discuss the DAR Zero Backlog Strategy, championing swift and efficient agrarian reform justice. Aside from DAR's Undersecretary for Legal Affairs, Yusek Louis has been the Philippine General Counsel of the Philippine Commission in 2000, as well as Vice Chairperson of the Agri-Agra Social Concerns Committee. And I might say, a true blue or a true maroon scholar ng bayan, having finished his undergraduate and law degrees from the University of the Philippines. So ladies and gentlemen, let's all listen to the wonderful, and I might say the well thought of and well executed DAR Zero Backlog program from USEC Louis Pangulayan of the Department of Agrarian Reform. USEC Louis, good morning po.
Good morning to all the participants of our CES Lifelong Learning for Leadership Congress. I would like to greet all my fellow servants in government today for this inspiring morning, for our inspiring convention. This story that I am about to tell you is one of not only of agility, it is a story of commitment, it is a story of advocacy, it is a story of taking the extra mile for our primary clients. We all have our primary clients. Collectively, our clientele is the Filipino people. If we are to consider the Agrarian Reform Program as the jewel of the social justice mandate of our Constitution, our Agrarian Legal Assistance Program is the shining gem of the agrarian legal sector of the Department of Agrarian Reform. Agrarian legal services is not only pro bono publico. It is not sufficient that the legal services and legal representation that we render for our primary clients, the agrarian reform beneficiaries, are without payment and voluntarily rendered. It is indispensable that such services, which must be professionally done at all times, are carried out by men and women who are knowledgeable of agrarian reform law and practice and who are true champions of social justice. One can never be a true advocate of agrarian reform unless the lawyer in our department vicariously experiences the sentiments, thoughts, and challenges of the authentic Filipino tiller. That advocate may stand alone in the legal arena in a potential or actual agrarian case, adjudication case, or controversy before any office. But that lawyer or paralegal or servant in the department shall never be vanquished simply because of incompetence, indifference, or apathy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of the DAR Zero Backlog, championing swift and efficient agrarian justice. In order for us to understand the mission of the agrarian legal sector in the Department of Agrarian Reform, we have to go back to our paramount law. Article 13, Section 4 of our Constitution provides that all natural resources belong to the state. This is the Regalian Doctrine. All the lands, minerals, waters, flora and fauna, sources of potential energy, mineral areas, timberlands, natural parks, these are all owned by the state. The Regalian Doctrine, however, provides that lands which are susceptible to agriculture may be alienated, may be transferred, may be owned by public citizens, by private citizens, by juridical and natural persons. It is in this context that we talk about the agrarian reform mandate. The use of agricultural land carries a social function. Its ownership has social dimensions. Thus, we have in our paramount law the agrarian reform mandate. It is said in the Constitution that it is the policy of the state to make the landless farmer and the landless regular farmer owner of the land they till. This is the agrarian reform mandate, and this is the mission of our department. The Department of Agrarian Reform is the chief implementer of the Agrarian Reform Program. Our current leader is now Secretary Bernie Cruz. The Department of Agrarian Reform has quasi-judicial powers. The DAR is vested with primary jurisdiction to determine and adjudicate agrarian reform matters It also has exclusive original jurisdiction over all matters involving the implementation of agrarian reform. Excluded from our quasi-judicial powers are those falling under the jurisdiction of the Department of Environment and the Department of Agriculture. These quasi-judicial powers is indispensable in carrying out the mission of the department together with the CARP implementing agencies. CARP stands for the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, to give life to the agrarian reform mandate. When we talk about the quasi-judicial powers of DAR, to some of us, you could have already heard about the term Ali, ALA, and DARAB. These are the very cases that our sector addresses or takes care of so that we will be able to ensure the completion of the land acquisition and distribution program. In our task of giving land to the landless, there will be cases and controversies which shall be filed before the department in the form of cases requiring the implementation of the agrarian reform laws. These are known as the agrarian law implementation cases or the ALI cases. And then we have to also address tenurial disputes between farmers or between the landlord and the tenant, or disputes on the just compensation given to landowners as we acquire their land for distribution to qualified beneficiaries. These are the adjudication cases before the DAR Adjudication Board, spread nationwide to our regional agrarian reform adjudicators and through our provincial agrarian reform adjudicators, respectively known as the RARADs and the PARADs. These are the DARAB cases. And finally, we have free legal assistance to beneficiaries and qualified potential beneficiaries of the program. Thus, we have the Agrarian Legal Assistance Program. When we speak of the agrarian legal sector of the department, fulfilling the quasi-judicial powers, we have the ALI, the DARAB, and the ALA priorities. When we speak of agrarian law implementation, it refers to the resolution of cases involving legal issues on the implementation of agrarian reform laws. It also contains the provision of agrarian legal assistance to actual and potential agrarian reform beneficiaries. Also under ALI cases is the resolution of petitions for the issuance or the revocation of grants for the exclusion or exemption of agricultural lands from CARP. Also included under this special ALI is the resolution of petitions for the issuance or the revocation of grants for the conversion of agricultural lands for residential, commercial, industrial, or agro-industrial use. Dito po sa ALI cases, nare-resolba ang lahat po ng mga kasong may kinalalaman sa implementasyon ng mga batas na may kinalaman po sa programa. Dito rin po nare-resolba ang mga kaso pong tungkol naman sa conversion ng mga agricultural lands para maging residential, commercial, or industrial lands. Madami pong kaso sa Special ALI at sa ALI. At pag ang mga kasong ito ay hindi po naresolba, hindi po usad ang programa, hindi po usad ang acquisition and distribution of agricultural lands to landless farmers. Nakapaloob din po dito, under ALI and Special ALI, is the cancellation of titles. There will be cases when a farmer will be disqualified as an agrarian reform beneficiary. The immediate remedy is to choose, in accordance with the qualifications set forth by law, a new agrarian reform beneficiary. And in the process, agrarian reform titles known as collect certificates of land ownership awards or CLOA or emancipation patents or EPs are cancelled and new ones are issued to the new agrarian reform beneficiary. Thus, we have cancellation cases. Now we go to the second kind of cases that we handle, the DARAB cases. As I mentioned earlier, the adjudication of tenurial disputes among parties to leasehold agreements. Ito po yung mga may tenants. Ito po yung may mga may-ari ng lupa at mga tenants na bagamat hindi sila agrarian reform beneficiaries, are still protected by our laws. Included also in DARAB cases is the administrative determination of just compensation. We call it as the administrative phase of the determination of just compensation because it is determined by the DARAB. Just compensation is what we turn off, the amount that we give to the landowner as we acquire private agricultural lands for acquisition and for distribution to qualified agrarian reform beneficiaries. Kapag hindi po naresolba ang usapin ng just compensation, titigil din po ang implementasyon ng Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program. And then finally, ito pong binabanggit ko kanina na ALA. It is free legal assistance, the rendition of pro bono legal services and legal representation by lawyers of the department who are experts in agrarian reform law practice and who are advocates of the social justice program to qualified or potential agrarian reform beneficiaries. So there you have it. We have three kinds of services under the agrarian legal sector. We have the ALI, and then we have the DARAB, and then we have the ALA. We will now be going to the Zero Backlog Campaign. When we speak about the Zero Backlog Campaign, the objective of the agrarian legal sector and the department is to ensure that there will be no pending cases which will impede the implementation of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program. If there are pending cases in our midst on any stage of the acquisition and distribution timeline of the program, it will be a cause to stop the project. It will be a cause to stop the program. Marami po ang maaaring maganap pag nabinbin o napigil po ang pagreresolba ng isang kaso. Ang mga kasong po ito ay nakakalat sa buong Pilipinas. Ang mga kaso pong ito ay matatagpuan sa iba't ibang mga barangay, munisipyo, lalawigan at mga reyon. Dito po nagkakaroon ng mga masasabi po nating mga hidwaan na kapag hindi po pumasok ang DAR, minsan po gumagamit ng dahas ang iilan para lamang po mapigil ang pagbibigay ng lupa. We have to bear in our mind that the mandate of giving land to the landless is the usual part of the agenda of revolutionary movements not so many years ago. This task of giving land to the landless is a revolutionary undertaking. Every day, the men and women of DAR, not only in the agrarian legal sector, but also in the areas of field operations, in the area of support services, in the area of special projects, they are engaged in some sort of a revolutionary undertaking to take away land from private landowners so that we can distribute it to the landless tillers of our country. We are doing this. We are also getting land from government agencies which have agricultural lands which are currently being unused. We are also getting lands from the public domain provided that they are alienable and disposable. In 2017, Secretary John Casaciones and yours truly decided to embark on a project known as the Zero Backlog Campaign, inspired by the reports that it is being done by other agencies in government, inspired by the need to come up to the fore and address the pressing challenges of the agrarian legal sector to ensure full implementation of the program and in compliance with the directive of President Rodrigo de Roa Duterte to complete land acquisition and distribution, we launched the project in 2018. We planned everything in 2017. The Zero Backlog Campaign is comprising of 4 phases. Phase 1, we have to decide on all agrarian justice delivery program cases from the earliest period, 1988, until December 2018, based on dockets pending before all regional offices for ALI cases and all dockets pending before all provincial, the PARADs, adjudicators, the regional adjudicators, RARADs, and the central adjudicators, the DARAB. So we were able to identify the priority for phase 1, address, resolve all pending cases from 1988 to 2017, and complete resolution of all cases by December 2018. Phase 2 is to decide all agrarian justice delivery program cases from 2019 January to 2019 December, based on dockets by 31 December 2019. The second phase presumes that we were able to rid ourselves of all pending cases in all dockets for both Ali and Darab by the end of 2018. Phase 1 is the most critical phase because this was the period when we addressed all cases. We were able to encounter cases pending since the 1990s. We were able to encounter cases which were issued with a temporary restraining order or a preliminary injunction by courts 20 years ago and are still in existence, and were still in existence. Phase 2 presumes that we are successful with phase 1 and that we will be able to focus on all pending cases circa 2019. Phase 3 is the validation of the Agrarian Justice Delivery Program accomplishments by June 2020. Under Phase 3, we assume that we are up to date with regard to the resolution of pending Ali and Darab cases by 2019 and by midterm of June of 2020, which is June. At the same time, we undertook the task of assessing and determining the lessons and gains of the Zero Backlog project in 2018 and 2019. 2020 is more of a realization that we are successful in the attainment of the intermediate goals. Targets were identified on a per-office basis. Phase 4 is sustaining the gains of the Zero Backlog project. We are currently in Phase 4. Now, when we speak about the Zero Backlog project, you have to identify the number of pending cases in all offices and in all adjudication boards. The first task, of course, is to conduct an inventory. Know the universe of all pending cases all over the country. Inventory alone presented a lot of challenges because some of the cases were pending not only in the adjudication boards, not only in the offices of the regional directors for the agrarian law implementation cases, but also in the DAR central office. This required physically finding out the actual number of folders in the shelves of the various offices. It required hard work, it required courage, it required honesty and transparency. In 2017, we were able to identify initially the backlog. For the field offices, agrarian law implementation, we were dealing with a total of 40,611 cases. Not folders, but cases. You can just imagine that for each case, it has several folders. So for Ali, in the field offices, we had 40,611 cases. In our central office, we have 859 cases. Special Ali, we have a total of 616 cases pending in both the field offices and in the central office. For cancellation cases, we have a total of 6,158 cases for both field offices and central office. For adjudication, the total was staggering at 33,427. In the first phase of our Zero Backlog project, we knew that the universe was 41,470 for Ali and 33,427 for Darab. In 2018, based on our 2017 dockets, these are the results. In Ali, we were able to achieve a resolution rate of, let's go back to the next slide, please. In Ali, we were able to achieve a resolution rate of 71.20%. This is based on the universe of cases pending from 1988 to 2018. For both field offices and the central office, the resolution rate was 71.20%. For Special Ali, we were able to come up with a resolution rate of 63.64%. In cancellation, we were able to only accomplish 4.01%. There is a story behind the low resolution rate of cancellation. At that time, in 2018, we reviewed the cancellation process and we came up with new implementing rules and regulations to streamline the cancellation of emancipation patents and CLOAs. Thus, at the beginning of 2018, when those implementing rules and regulations were still being formulated, it was only at a 4.01 resolution rate. For DARAB was able to achieve a resolution rate of 81.32%. When we speak of these resolution rates, this pertains to the actual performance of all offices nationwide when it attacked all pending cases from 1988 to 2017 and 2018. Now, when we speak about the 2018 dockets, the 2018 dockets is still consistent with our achievements in the first phase. In 2018, the resolution rate for Ali, agrarian law implementation, was 79.30%. For Special Ali, the resolution rate was 66.31%. For cancellation, and at this time, we already have in place DAR Administrative Order Number 2, Series of 2018, which streamlined the entire process the following year, and this is 2018, cancellation cases were resolved with at a rate of 82.44%. And for DARAB, the resolution rate was 84.03%. As we approach 2019, we continued all our efforts, and I'll be discussing later briefly all these efforts that we undertook. In 2019, we were consistent. The resolution rate for Ali was 71.43%. For Special Ali, the resolution rate was 87.03%. For cancellation, it was 92.60%. And for DARAB, it was 94.33%. All of these reports were being validated on the field and in the central office. We were doing this, the monitoring, daily. We were doing the validation daily. And we were doing case resolution activities weekly. In 2019, we were almost there in the attainment of the objectives of the Zero Backlog campaign. The success of our program became evident as early as the first year in 2017. It was encouraging to note that 2019 was consistent with our performance during the first phase. The third phase is an affirmation. In 2020, we can see the outcome. Based on the dockets of 2020, Ali was being resolved at 81.32%. Special Ali was being resolved at 68.49%. And cancellations being resolved at 72.91%. DARAB for that year was at 66.67%. We can see the performance of the Department of the Agrarian Legal Sector through this graph, where we combine the accomplishments in the DAR Adjudication Board. And as I've said earlier, this included the Provincial Agrarian Reform Adjudicators, the PARADs, the Regional Agrarian Reform Adjudicators, the RARADs, and the DAR Adjudication Board, comprising of several assistant secretaries and two undersecretaries. I am the vice chairman of the DAR Adjudication Board, and the Secretary of Agrarian Reform is the chairman. This also includes Ali cases, which are cases decided by regional directors in all the regions, of course, and appealed to the office of the secretary if there is an appeal. It is considered resolved if actions has become, if the cases have become final and executory. Then special Ali, as I mentioned, is also being done by the regional directors and the secretary, involving conversion of agricultural lands. And finally, cancellation of titles, which are acted upon by the secretary, because our Agrarian Reform Law, Republic Act 6657 as amended, clearly provides that it is only the secretary which has sole jurisdiction with regard to the cancellation of agrarian reform titles. You can see from this graph the accomplishments of the DAR Zero Backlog campaign. The red represents the actual pending cases. And we can see the ability of our men and women in the agrarian legal sector to resolve all cases and to eradicate the backlog. As I've said, the red color, red represents the backlog. By 2020, we have less than 2,000 cases for all DARAB, Ali, Special Ali, and cancellation cases nationwide. We can now look at the statistics based on those type of case. I'm just waiting for the next slide. In any event, as I wait for the next, here we go. When we talk about the pending number of cases, the universe combining the Ali, Special Ali, and Darab cases from 1988 to 2020 was 132,233 for agrarian law implementation cases. 132,000. By June 30, 2020, the total number of pending cases has been reduced to 3,760 cases nationwide. For Special Ali, the total number of pending cases from 1980 to 2020 was 2,808. We were able to address the backlog, and it has been reduced, the total number of pending cases, to 196 cases. This pertains to cases involving conversion of agricultural lands. Now we go to the next slide. This is about cancellation of agrarian reform titles. The universe from 1980 to 2020 was 11,064. By June 30, 2020, the pending number of cases, the number of pending cases, sorry, is only 454 cases. Finally, we go to adjudication. In adjudication, the backlog was 902,271. The backlog is 92,000, sorry, and we were able to reduce that to 3,137 cases. I apologize for this typographical error. Next, we go to the DAR Central Office. In the DAR Central Office, the total number of cases for action of the Secretary, and this is also for the period 88 to 2020, was 1,469 for Ali. By June 2020, the total number of pending cases shrunk to 41 cases. Next slide, please. For Special Ali conversion cases, from a total of 486, the balance has been reduced to 126 cases as of June 30, 2020. For cancellation, from this massive backlog of 9,259, we were able to reduce this to 442. In adjudication, in the central office for DARA, from a balance of more than 4,000 cases, it shrunk to 6. If we look at the total of agrarian legal cases pending from 1980 to 2020, total national balance in 2017, 51,137. By 2020, total national balance is only 679. For 2021, we have submitted our reports to the Office of the President and to the House of Representatives and to the Senate. From January to June 2021 alone, there was a total of 26,613 cases. And we were able to resolve in the first half of the year 22,000 cases, more than 22,000 cases, resulting to an accomplishment rate of 83%. For adjudication, we have a total of 11,349 cases. The resolved number of cases was 8,547 cases, coming to a resolution rate for 2020 June 2021, I'm sorry, June of 75%. And in January to June 2021 alone, DAR was able to render free legal assistance and representation before courts to a total of 112,776 agrarian reform beneficiaries nationwide. We provided free legal assistance through our regional and provincial chief legal officers and paralegals. If we are to look at the cumulative accomplishment after everything has been said and done in the agrarian legal sector, in ALI, agrarian law implementation, the total performance rate is pegged at 99.7%. This is for ALI, agrarian law implementation. For adjudication, the accomplishment rate from 88, this is the year when the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law was passed, June 15, 1988, otherwise, and this law is otherwise known as RA 6657, the accomplishment rate in adjudication is 99.6%. This is where our story begins. How were the men and women of the DAR able to accomplish this task of having the reduction, substantial reduction of the backlog of cases? First, when we announced the project, we are aware that one has to be accurate in the inventory of the cases forming part of the universe. There lies the challenge. We are also aware of the fact, and I announced this as early as 2017, that we will never achieve zero backlog because cases are being filed. As they say in calculus, it's asymptotic. It will always approach zero, but it will never be equivalent to zero because motions for reconsideration will be filed, appeals will be filed before the Office of the President for ALI cases, and before the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court for adjudication cases. The men and women behind the DAR Zero backlog are the men and women from the regional offices, the provincial chief legal officers, the regional chief legal officers, and the adjudicators in the regional, provincial, and central offices. The first at the forefront, the first person in the DAR Zero backlog is our former secretary, John R. Cacisiones. As I told the former secretary, he provided the fire and the wind to speed up the DAR Zero backlog project. He sat with us during the case resolution, during the fast-tracking activities. Secretary John Cacisiones, this is part of his legacy as DAR secretary. Next slide, please. I also humbly submit the names of the Agrarian Legal Sector Management Committee. These were the men and women at the forefront of the Zero Backlog Project. They are the members of the DAR Adjudication Board, the heads of the Agrarian Law Implementation cases. This is our management committee for the ALS, Agrarian Legal Sector. Oops, may picture pa pala. Ayan po ang mga members ng management committee ng aming Department of Agrarian Reform. And then, of course, we have to recognize the efforts of the regional adjudicators. The regional adjudicators are very important. They are the ones who delivered the high performance rate of the adjudicators. The efforts of the regional adjudicators, which also provided management and supervision to all provincial agrarian reform adjudicators. So hats off to all our RARADs. And then we also recognize all our parads. And I am just presenting to the next slides the champions of social justice in the parad offices. Ito po, some of them. Next slide, please. These are from Luzon. And then next slide, Visayas. And then Mindanao. Ayan po, madami po talaga. It will take more than a day if I'll discuss the accomplishment of each provincial parads and RARADs and the provincial and regional chief legal officers. We were able to mobilize a total of 751 warm bodies to take part in the Zero Backlog Project. From my office, to the office of the Assistant Secretary, the Bureau of Agrarian Legal Assistance, our 260 chief legal officers, the 60 men and women of our Central DARA Board, the Secretariat, and our 60 regional adjudicators, and our 240 provincial adjudicators, 751 men and women. These are the true authors of the Zero Backlog Project. We were able to monitor total number of hours devoted to the Zero Backlog Project. This involves the inventory of cases. This also involves the segregation of those cases which had difficult questions of law and those which have issues pertaining only to procedural matters, and then actual review of the cases, then drafting of the resolution. Of course, before that, the case conferences. We had case conferences in the provincial, regional, and national levels. Case conferences were being done as we identified the courses of action and agree on how to resolve the cases. There are team leaders in each case conference, depending on which level is involved. But the total number of man hours, and this also includes in our activities the fast tracking activities. These are when all the men and women gather in one place and will stay there for several days and nights. And we'll be working from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. in the morning, nonstop, with respect to fast tracking. And during fast tracking activities, we divided ourselves into various workshops. So we had the inventory, we have the inventory and docketing, and then we had the case conferences, and then we have the drafting of resolutions, and then we have the defense, where we present it to the signing authorities, which is the secretary or the regional director. All in all, it involved a total of 129,624 man hours. This is only as of 2020. The clock is continuously ticking because we are still doing our fast tracking activities. When we speak of fast tracking activities, we did not incur any additional expenses. Everything that was already in the DAR approved budget was used for fast tracking activities. During fast tracking activities, sometimes we would complement that with cascading of latest policies, or sometimes we would include the training of our lawyers on techniques, on the latest policies, on the latest jurisprudence. We're cost effective, no additional expenses beyond the budget with regard to venues, with regard to the facilities needed or equipment needed to accomplish this. We did not hire additional men and women consultants for this. We relied on the available manpower. Let me discuss the strategies. As I've said earlier, know the universe. We started with the inventory. We ensured that each case folder contains the docket number, the title of the case, the nature of the case, and the date of filing. These are important information that must be appearing at the front of the folder. We check the pagination, the completeness of documents, and the footnoting. We also check if the case is listed in our legal case monitoring system. We have our legal case monitoring system, the LCMS. This contains all pending cases nationwide. We have a software for the LCMS. We were able to do this in 2016. And this is a very important tool in the first part of our project, the monitoring. The second strategy is segregation. Separate cases which are not yet ripe for determination. Identify those cases which are adversarial in nature. Identify cases which can be resolved through alternative dispute resolution. Separate those with complex issues. Attack the low-lying fruits. Next. We prepared all the logistical requirements for the zero backlog. Venues for fast-tracking activities, preparing the necessary office equipment, preparing the draft for resolutions and orders, meals, transportations, all expenses should not exceed the annual allocation of AJDP. Alam niyo po, sa mga fast-tracking activities, hindi lang namin mapakita ngayon yung lahat ng mga litrato dito. You will see some of our lawyers and paralegals wearing masks. These activities were before the pandemic, and yet some of them were wearing masks. Kasi po, yung mga iba doon, may allergy sa maraming papel na mga luma. Yung mga iba naman nagkakaupo, ubo, sipon because of those allergic rhinitis. So they were all wearing masks. Yung mga iba may konting sinat, ayaw umuwi, pinapauwi namin. You can just imagine the dedication. You will be inspired by these men and women. Talaga pong, it was not a fellowship activity. Everybody was purely working on the folders during the fast-tracking activities. Next slide, please. Then, of course, you have to gather the best and the brightest writers of the sector. By the grace of God, we have a deep bench. We have a pool of good lawyers and legal craftsmen. We continued training our paralegals. We have continuing process of consultation, coaching, and mentoring of paralegals. We always ensure the availability of reference materials. In DAR, I am telling our lawyers that one's mastery of substantive and procedural laws is not the sole criterion. You must have in your heart the advocacy for social justice. You must know in your heart what this program is all about. I was even telling my people that our lawyers that pag nagbukas po kayo ng isang folder at makita kayo ng mga sulat kamay dyan ng mga petition o mga sagot ng mga magsasaka, lagay nyo sa puso ninyo na ang mga kasong ito ay sinulat sa pamamagitan ng mga luha, pawis at dugo ng mga agrarian reform beneficiaries. So respect those documents because they are memorials of the hardships, difficulties, challenges of our primary client. Now, as I was saying earlier, the fifth strategy is to conduct fast-tracking activities, gathering all folders, resources, writers, and decision makers in one place for a particular period of time to resolve a pre-agreed number of cases around the clock. In the central office, we made sure that the secretary is present, that I am present, that all the MANCOM members are present, because as we resolve cases, we sign cases on the spot. And that's why we had our printing machines, we had our Xerox machines, and we had our computers for the signing of resolutions on the spot. These are some of the scenes of the Zero Backlog Project. These scenes were repeated all over the country for 3 years. It's still happening now as we defend the gains of the Zero Backlog. Looking back, the Zero Backlog Project started with the directive from the President and the Secretary to clear all dockets. We prepared a plan of action based on the importance and urgency of realizing a swift delivery of agrarian justice. I was telling my fellow servants, we were in the dragon race, and our secretary is the captain. He steadily gave the command, pull longer, harder, faster. As you all know, in the dragon race, the person at the helm, he gives the order. He gives the command. All the lawyers of the sector are in one dragon boat. In that dragon boat, we were the drummers to provide the spirit, not through the rhythm of the drums. We were the paddlers, and we were the steersman. We made them move, and we provided the direction. The drummers were the motivators. The paddlers provided stamina, and the steersman gave direction to our endeavors. Movement in entire race must be synchronized and carefully narrated, but it goes beyond mere unity in physical action. It requires oneness of heart, mind, and spirit in fulfilling the agrarian reform mandate, giving land to the landless. Of course, we do not stop of giving land to the landless. We have to provide them the title, we have to install them on the land, awarded land, and we have to make sure that they will receive the support services and facilities so that the farmers, the agrarian reform beneficiaries, and their organizations and cooperatives will improve their lives. Only then can we realize true, genuine rural development. Justice Marvick Leonen in the Constitution and the public policies that underwrite them, the extraordinary national experience, and the prevailing national consciousness all command the great departments of government to tilt the balance in favor of the poor and underprivileged whenever reasonable doubt arises in the interpretation of the law. We proceeded with our task of achieving the goals of the Zero Backlog Project, mindful that all doubts must be resolved in favor of the tiller, in favor of the agrarian reform beneficiary. In agrarian legal justice, we do not resort only to rules of technicality. We go to the substance of the law, and we go mindful of the mandate, which is all about social justice. Next slide, please. If you have read the book To Kill a Mockingbird, I always suggest this to be a reading material for all lawyers of our department. I'm referring to the character in To Kill a Mockingbird, Atticus Finch. He did say, the character did say in that book, you never really understand the person until you consider things from his point of view, until you climb into his skin and walk around it. You have to feel the challenges of an agrarian reform beneficiary. Sabi ko po sa mga kasama natin sa agrarian justice sector, tandaan nyo, pag lumapit sa inyong magsasaka, mag-iisip pa yan, saan siya kukuha ng pamasahe. Mag-iisip pa yan, sinong papalit sa kanya doon sa ginagawa nila sa bukid. Mag-iisip pa yan kung baka mapagalitan siya ng mga tao doon, baka makakarap niya yung kalaban niyang landlord. Mag-iisip pa yan, anong sasakyan, anong kakain ng mga pag-iwan niya sa bahay. Kaya pag umarap sa inyo ang isang magsasaka, isang agrarian reform beneficiary, sa anumang tanggapan ng DAR, kahit na anong oras sila dumating, at kahit na wala silang sinusulat na batayan ng kanilang mga hinaing, kayo na ang gumawa nun, harapin nyo sila. Kahit pauwi na kayo, kahit Sabado o Linggo. Sapagkat yung mga sulat nila ay sinusulat nga nila sa kanyang luha, pawis at dugo. Much has been said about the Agrarian Justice Delivery Program, the Zero Backlog campaign. We will not rest on our laurels. We will continue ensuring that our gains are preserved We will make sure that the sector will not be a cause for the non-continuance of the agrarian reform program, acquisition and distribution. Um, we will continue doing this, and we are partnering with the other sectors in operation and field operation and support services. The Agrarian Justice Delivery Program's Zero Backlog Project is an accomplishment of the men and women of our sector. Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataong ito na binigyan niyo po ako ng pamamaraan para ipabahagi po sa inyo ang ginawa po ng sektor. Mabuhay po ang Career Executive Service. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Sa amin po, sa DAR, nagsisilbi pong batayan at inspirasyon ang ating pong seso. Taas no seso. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Yusek Lumi. I'm still amazed by the achievement of DAR. For one, sir, case docket reduction is already a top task, but to set the goal for zero backlog and achieve it just sets the bar really high, especially for us who are also offering legal services and have quasi-judicial functions. So at this point, our participants, sir, have follow-up questions. I was informed, ang dami daw pong nagtatanong sa chat box natin ng mga tanong. So simulan ko na, sir, siguro with this initial question. Nabanggit niyo, sir, kanina regarding ADR, yung strengthening ng ADR or alternative dispute resolution. Can you tell us more about ADR, sir, and its importance in agrarian cases? And how important was that strategy sa zero backlog?
Napakahalaga po. Salamat, Attorney Francis. Napakahalaga po ng ADR. It is indispensable in the attainment of the zero backlog campaign, no? And in the efficient delivery of agrarian justice. As you all know, alternative dispute resolution is being encouraged by the Supreme Court in all judicial and quasi-judicial processes and offices. Sa DAR po, we have the Agrarian Reform Justice on Wheels, no? We use ARJAW, ang tawag namin doon, for the chief legal officers to go to the barangays and to resolve cases, no? Do away with the technicalities and try to forge an agreement among the parties, no? In the adjudication phase naman sa PARADS, RARADS, and DARABS, arbitration is a requirement, no? We have that. It is included in our policies, and at the same time, we have continuous training of our men and women, the provincial regional chief legal officers, and our adjudicators all over the country. They are trained by our experts from the Supreme Court. Mahalaga po ito. Malaking bahagi po ng mga kaso ang nare-resolba, pati po yung mga tao natin sa Agrarian Legal Assistance, kasali po sa ARJAW.
So it's actually, sir, bringing the service closer to the clientele, yung ARJAW natin, di ba? Yung ano natin sa kanila.
Yung ARJAW po,
sir,
doon po nating vehicle for the agrarian, for the alternative dispute resolution techniques, no? Doon po ginagamit.
So similarly, meron sa Supreme Court yung Justice on Wheels program. Ito naman in particular for agrarian reform cases. Sir, aside from that, follow-up question din. Nabanggit nyo kanina yung case management system natin. So, how are you leveraging technology to achieve the zero backlog? Kung gaano ka-importante itong case management system na ginagamit natin sa DAR?
To be honest about it, hindi ko po alam paano ko natin ma-kickstart, masimula ng zero backlog kung wala po kaming LCMS. DAR is blessed dahil nagkaroon po kami ng LCMS, no? We have a provider in 2016 na install po natin ito at this is being managed by the agrarian legal sector and the MIS namin, no? every year, ina-update natin ng LCMS. Actually, ang updating ng LCMS is daily. Every office ng legal at saka yung amin pong secretary tsaka office ko at yung Bala and Darab, meron po kaming daily updating. Meron po kaming tinatawag na LCMS staff. Every office has a dedicated staff to do the updating of the LCMS. Andiyan na rin po yung updating ng program at nandiyan po yung continuous training for the LCMS. So as I've said, MIS po at saka ang ALS ang involved. Kung wala pong LCMS, hindi nyo po makikita ang universe kung ilan po talaga ang backlog. Ito rin ay kailangan, indispensable, sa validation ng reports ng field officers. As they report their accomplishments, we use the LCMS also as a means for validation. So monitoring and validation through the LCMS. Napakahalaga po ng LCMS sa project na ito.
So we have ADR, RJAW, LCMS. So these are just some of the innovative measures na ginagamit natin sa DAR for the Zero Backlog campaign. So we have here a question from Riduan Hajimuddin. Ito yung question niya. We often hear the phrase, justice delayed is justice denied. So similarly, sir, yung phrase na ito may apply to agrarian justice. Now, may we know what really were some of the primary reasons that took the delay in the distribution of land, and paano daw natin to inayos, and how is the Zero Backlog strategy in line with the justice delayed, justice denied phrase na ginagamit natin sa legal profession? Paano ito nakakatulong doon?
Nung sinimulan po ang Zero Backlog campaign, we are very much aware of the challenges. No? Sometimes po kasi, when a case is pending before an adjudication office or when the case is pending before the regional director or the office of the secretary, there are a lot of, for instance, ang isang hurdle dyan, yung pleading war. No? Parang pleading war din sa korte. So maraming pleadings na fina-file. Minsan naman po, habang hindi pa tapos yung mga kaso, uusbong po mga side cases na aakyat sa korte. Ito naman pong korte, with all due respect, mag-i-issue ng temporary restraining order, mag-i-issue ng preliminary injunction. Minsan naman po, some parties siguro, those who would not like to comply with the requirements of the Agrarian Reform Program, they will obstruct the implementation, will resort to extra-legal and illegal measures to ignore the orders of the department. Sometimes we resorted to getting the assistance of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Philippine National Police, and the local government unit, and all the CARP implementing agencies for purposes of executing writs issued by our offices. And sometimes po, we have to physically confront 500 men, armed men, para lang pigilin ang pagpasok namin at ayaw nilang tumupad sa mga orders. There are challenges of such nature. We had one 20 years, inissuean kami ng temporary restraining order by a regional trial court to stop the awarding of lands. Makipagbakbakan po muna kami sa Court of Appeals, and finally napatanggal ng Court of Appeals yung pong decision ng judge. Ang labanan po yan, tumakbo ng 20 years. At lahat naman po ay naayos namin. We know na justice delayed is justice denied. Hindi lamang po pumipigil ito sa implementasyon ng programa. Minsan po, mayroon pong mga nasasaktan. May mga nasasaktan tayong mga agrarian reform beneficiaries. May mga nasasaktan po tayong kasama sa paninilbihan. Ang mga field officials po namin, pag pumunta na po sila sa mga lupang bibigay natin, sila po ay minsan na binibigyan po, nasasaktan sila. They are being threatened with physical harm. Some are actually being injured in the process. So, we would like to resolve all cases para at least may hawak po silang isang mandato galing sa departamento, sa kagawaran, at hihingi po kami ng tulong sa police at sa Armed Forces of the Philippines para po mabigyang katunayan yung mga yan. Paano natin na-resolve? Tinanggal po natin lahat ng mga nagpapatagal sa pag-resolve ng kaso, binago natin lahat ng mga polisiya, at walang puknat na pagbibigay atensyon sa mga folders, no, sa mga kaso, sa fast tracking. Ilan lamang po yan sa mga ginawa natin.
Yes, sir. Sir, nabanggit nyo kanina yung may mga nagrarally, nabanggit nyo kanina yung mga minsan kailangan natin ng that we need the help of law enforcement paminsan. Kasi nga sa sobrang katagalan, maraming nagko-complain, di ba? Maraming nagko-complain. And I'm sure yung mga ang offices ay malapit sa Philcoa, saka sa Quezon Circle, familiar dun sa scene, sa labas ng gate ng DAR, yung parang tent city natin. Kasi nga, di ba, yung land reform, sobrang importante, ang daming nagano. So, paano po yung naging effect ng zero backlog dito sa, at least dun sa acceptance, saka doon sa satisfaction na rin ng mga kliyente natin in terms of resolution, and then may tent city pa ba tayo dyan?
Opo. Huli pong nagkaroon ng tent city noong 2017, no? Nagtagal yan ng ilang buwan. Nung umupo ang ating talino na si John Casaciones, ang una niyang ginawa, bago siya pumasok sa opisina niya, pumasok kami sa tent city. At doon po sa loob ng tent na yun, nakipag-usap kami sa lahat ng mga magsasaka para ma-resolve po yung mga issues nila. Nagkaroon po kami ng Memorandum of Agreement, ano-ano yung mga critical cases at paano i-resolve yan. Lahat po yan ay pumaloob naman noong 2018 natin na zero backlog. Sa kasalukuyan po, alam niyo naman, tinitiyak namin na lahat naman ng mga desisyon, karamihan sa mga desisyon to a great number ay puro sa mga magsasaka, sa agrarian reform beneficiaries. No? Naging malaki po ang impact ng zero backlog dito po sa mga bagay na ito. Wala na po tayong major cases na pending dahil lamang sa mga kasong o sa DARAB o di kaya naman ay sa regional director o sa secretary. Maliban lamang kung may mga bagong na-file ngayong taon nito as we speak.
Yes, sir. In line with that, sir, sabi ni Ma'am Villaflor Edilor ng DepEd Caraga, attorney, nakaka-touch po yung sharing ninyo and everything that you said. Thank you so much. Mabuhay po kayo. Nakakaiyak po yung kwento tungkol sa pagpapabilis daw ng mga services natin for the farmers. So talaga na-appreciate itong mga ganitong programs natin, sir. Sir, another question.
Salamat po.
Salamat po. Apo. Sabi po ni Ms. Rhea Matute ng DTI Design Center, we are actually losing a lot of our agricultural land to real estate and commercial developers. So if we are providing daw agricultural lands to the farmers, do we have strategies daw on how we are able to have the farmers retain the land naman kung may iba pang programa ang regarding this?
Yes, we have policies in place to ensure that lands awarded to our agrarian reform beneficiaries will not be taken away by, for instance, former landowners or some business group, no? And convert it for other uses or resort to illegal lease, arriendo, para mawala sa kanila. Meron po kasalukuyang mga challenges dyan. May mga na-identify po tayo sa validation po ng aming planning and support offices na merong mga ilang lupa dyan na naaariendo o nabebenta ng labag sa batas. Meron din po mga lupa na kino-convert na walang approval ng DAR. Policy-wise, any kind of conversion is being viewed as the inverse of agrarian reform. That is why it must be guarded by the state, no? The illegal conversion. We have come up with new administrative orders that will ensure the swift prosecution of parties resorting to illegal conversion. We are working with the DOJ on that matter. We have ensured na through our new administrative orders, mapapabilis ang processing ng mga application, i-deny yung hindi meritorious, aaprobahan yung mga meritorious. Meron pong mga critical projects na kailangan sa pandemic. We are supporting the efforts of the national government, of the president, pag telecom, water, power, agro-industrial. Pero outside that, it is strictly construed, all requirements, all legal requirements versus the applicant. Pag may nakita po tayong illegal conversion, pina-filean naman po natin ngayon ng kaso. We have a task force on illegal conversion at binago na po sa pamamagitan ng DAR AO3 and DAR AO3 A2021 ang elements ng crime of illegal conversion. Punishable by 6 years and 1 day to 12 years imprisonment. So, alam po natin yan. That is why any kind of conversion is always subject to the rights of the farmer and food security.
Yes, sir. So, thank you, sir, for that. Sir, may magandang comment dito. Yusek Louis, your agency Zero Backlog Accomplishments inspired me to initiate Project Zero, Zillow's employees for responsive operations. It also aimed to address backlogs in all offices and units in DepEd Rizal. Thank you for this advocacy. Padayon daw po. Ayan. So marami na-inspire,
Maraming
sir. Dun sa,
maraming salamat po at inspirasyon po yan para pag-igtingin po namin ang paninilbihan. Maraming salamat po.
yes, sir. Sir, in relation to that, kasi may mga nagko-comment regarding this one, and then kami rin po on our part, interested kami regarding yung pagpapaba ng dockets, pagbabawas ng mga cases, if not, pa-eradicate talaga. Sir, admittedly, case adjudication kasi is a very complex process. Do you have tips, sir, for policy improvement sa kayong management and program execution? Kasi alam naman natin, may problema usually yan sa manpower, may problem tayo sa aside sa human resource, yung financial resources din yung mga limitations. So, ano pa po yung maibibigay yung tips, sir, para po makapag-implement din kami ng ganitong programa?
Sa unang, yes, in response to that, the first thing that we have to do is to have a very conducive policy environment that will encourage the swift delivery of justice. So ang ginawa po namin simula 2016 is policy review. Binago po namin lahat ng mga procedures sa conversion, procedures po sa filing ng mga agrarian law implementation cases, at binago po namin ang rules ng adjudication. Ang mga pagbabago pong ito, ang objektibo niyan ay hindi mapabilis ang pagdedesisyon per se at matalong magsasaka. Pinabilis ang proseso, tinanggal yung mga usual causes ng mga bottlenecks. Tapos po, naglagay po kami ng mga prosesong halimbawa po, pag cancellation, walang cancellation hanggat walang final and executory agrarian law implementation case. Ikalawa po, sa adjudication, lahat ng adjudication cases ng region or ng province subject to appeal sa DARAB, sa DAR Adjudication Board. At sa just compensation po, para hindi naman maipit ang mga landowners, pag nagsalita na po ang DAR Adjudication Board sa just compensation, wala na pong papalag na opisina o ahensya. Maging ang Land Bank of the Philippines po ay pumayag na pag nagsalita na ang DAR Adjudication Board, hindi na po magdedemanda ang Land Bank sa korte. As a matter of fact, sa just compensation, tinanggal na po ng Land Bank lahat ng abogado nila na may pending cases versus DAR sa just compensation, because we entered into a MOA after we came up with the administrative order. So, binago po namin lahat ng polisiya. We have the DARAB rules of 2021. We revised top to bottom the entire procedure on adjudication. No? Also, we changed the ALI rules, and also we introduced online processing of cases and online filing of cases and online resolutions. Nagkaroon din tayo ng online proceedings, no, sa oath taking, sa affidavit taking, sworn statements, no, of farmers. And then pinapalakas po namin ngayon ang agrarian legal assistance, ang aming free legal assistance group sa mga magsasaka. Ganun po ang ginagawa. Ilan po ito sa mga ginagawa para makatulong po sa zero backlog?
So thank you po for that. I remember kanina binanggit din ni Yusek Guevara yung enabling law and enabling policy is very, very important. And you've mentioned nga po itong online oath-taking. The Supreme Court has already provided the rules for that one. DOJ, ginagawa na rin. So, sobrang importante talaga ng technology. So with that, sir, siguro po ito na lang, last comment from one of our participants. It's really great to hear about this and for this achievement for the very first time. Imagine that these cases should have been acted upon several decades ago. At least ngayon, aayos na po. Congratulations po to Attorney Louis and to the Dar family. So, thank you very much, sir. And it's really very,
Salamat
very
po.
inspiring program. At this point po, so thank you, Yusek. We'd like to present
Thank you.
our token of appreciation for your knowledge sharing. And we'd like to present our certificate of appreciation para po dito sa session na ito. Of this CES Con 2021 with the theme Resilience 4.0, Courage, Agility, and future-ready leadership. Given this 10th day of November 2021, signed Maria Marcy Ballesteros, Executive Director of the Career Center. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po kay Director Marcy Ballesteros. Maraming salamat, Attorney Franz. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Let us all stay safe. Kasihan po kayong lahat, tayong lahat ng poong may kapal.
Ayan. So it's actually a tough act to follow, especially for us who are working in legal services and legal assistance, may mga quasi-judicial function. Medyo, sabi ko nga kanina, it's a tall order. Medyo wow talaga. I'm still amazed by the sharing of Yusek Louie on the zero backlog strategy ng DAR. So at this point, from services to farmers and agrarian farm beneficiaries, we'll now proceed to small and medium-scale businesses and how technology is being leveraged to assist them in enhancing their business competitiveness. Our next session for this morning is with Dr. Rafaelita M. Aldaba, the current Undersecretary of the Competitiveness and Innovation Group under the Department of Trade and Industry. Dr. Aldaba will be tackling serbisyong higit pa sa inaasahan, enhancing competitiveness and client-centric excellence. It's very timely for any civic-oriented Filipino. So Dr. Aldaba's role puts innovation at the heart of the country's new industrial policy to prepare the Philippines for the fourth industrial revolution and the global digital transformation. So ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of Yusek Aldaba of
Good morning, everyone. My presentation is outlined as follows. First, I will discuss the rise of the digital economy and how the pandemic has accelerated it. Then I will share DTI's policy and organizational responses to new technologies and how we used these policies in addressing the pandemic. I will also share the key programs and initiatives that we are implementing, along with some indicators on the performance of sectors that we are supporting. Lastly, some lessons that we can draw from the transformational change that we have experienced. Prior to this unprecedented crisis, we were already experiencing the entry of the fourth industrial revolution technologies. In the services sector, we've witnessed the emergence of new business models like Grab and Uber in transport, for retail, Amazon, Netflix for TV and film, Airbnb for accommodation. All this disrupted the traditional way of delivering services. Traditional manufacturing is being disrupted as operations are undergoing digital transformation to Industry 4.0, using artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data analytics, cloud computing, 3D printing, towards smart manufacturing and smart products such as Alexa or Hey Google, Apple Watch, which measures your blood oxygen level, heart rate, etc., robot vacuums, and autonomous or driverless cars. Let's take a look at some technological innovation and products at the Consumer Electronics Show, which is the largest tech show focusing on consumer electronics. Isn't that exciting? Flying cars, transparent OLED, single-arm robot with articulating arm that can set the table and pack the dishwasher, autonomous cars, trucks, and machines. Just a bit of background, by the way, in the first industrial revolution, mechanization emerged from the discovery of steam power and water. In the second industrial revolution, there was mass production through assembly line and the discovery of electricity. In the third industrial revolution, we had automation through electronics and IT. The fourth industrial revolution evolved from the third industrial revolution technologies. In terms of the hardware, we already had automation and robots in the past. But what makes the fourth industrial revolution different are the machine's connectivity, flexibility, and functionality in executing tasks. They are also able to collect data and transmit this data through the industrial Internet of Things, with big data analytics, processing of vast quantities of data in near real time becomes possible. The fourth industrial revolution is based on cyber-physical systems, the merging of the physical and virtual worlds. This becomes possible through smart networked systems using embedded sensors, processors, actuators that are designed to sense and interact with the physical world and support in real time. Industry 4.0 has played a crucial role in responding to global crisis and recovery. The slide shows how the different technologies have been used to respond to the health and economic crisis. Drones to deliver critical supplies and disinfection of public spaces, robotics for semi-autonomous factory operations, 3D printing for the production of medical equipment and other products, artificial intelligence and big data, Internet of Things for data analysis and digital twinning of industrial facilities. The crisis accelerated the adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies. According to McKinsey, the pandemic has accelerated the global digital economy 7 years ahead of schedule. The World Economic Forum indicated that 84% of global companies accelerated their digitalization of work processes. Based on a survey conducted by Microsoft in the Philippines, 88% of companies now believe that innovation is a must. We view the adoption of new technologies as a way to strengthen innovation through the creation of new products and services in the market, resulting in more quality jobs, higher incomes, emergence of new industries, as well as the promotion of environmental goods. Through smart manufacturing, production efficiency goes up, competitiveness improves, which can lead to more energy-efficient use, industrial competitiveness, and linkages to supporting industries. The use of new technologies is a crucial step to upgrade our industries toward a more inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The same wave of technologies will help in transiting towards a rapid and resilient economic recovery. Our overall strategy is given by the Inclusive Innovation Industrial Strategy, or IQDS. It aims to grow globally competitive and innovative industries. Innovation is at the front and center of our new industrial policy. Our new industrial policy has 6 major pillars: embrace Industry 4.0 technologies, develop innovative startups and MSMEs, integrate our production system, strengthen innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem, upskill and reskill our workforce, and improve ease of doing business. Using technologies like voice recognition, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, robotics, 5G connectivity, and Internet of Things, we can create new products or solutions in the following areas: smart buildings and smart home technology, including smart manufacturing, precision agriculture, digital health, e-gaming capabilities, cloud gaming platforms, gaming accessories market, smart assistants, vehicle technology, resilient technology, audio, video, and education technology. In view of the entry of Industry 4.0 technologies and the need to create globally competitive and innovative industries, the Competitiveness and Innovation Group was created in 2019. It was tasked to formulate innovation policies and programs towards the upgrading and digital transformation of industries, building a robust innovation, startup, and entrepreneurship ecosystem, and ensuring that digital transformation would lead to shared prosperity for all. DTI initiatives are geared towards helping companies shift to industry transformation. Digital transformation is a journey towards embracing a culture of innovation in all facets of production. We focus on people, technology, and organization. We have been carrying out an awareness building program through Industry 4.0 workshops. We also help formulate sector-level Industry 4.0 roadmaps to guide us in crafting policies and programs. We also plan to build Industry 4.0 Pilot Factory and Industry 4.0 SME Academy to provide Industry 4.0 trainings. At the same time, we also encourage companies to embark on their own industrial transformation first by going through the Smart Industry Readiness Index, or SIRI, the gold standard in Industry 4.0 assessment. We are partnering with the World Economic Forum, Asian Development Bank, and tech companies like Siemens in assessing the technology readiness of companies using SIRI. DTI is also working with TESDA, with CHED and DepEd, as well as with industry and academe, including TechVoc institutions, in formulating our skills development framework to prepare our workforce for the jobs of the future and ensure that the skills demanded by companies would be sufficiently provided. The CREATE, or Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises Act, provides support measures for innovative projects that companies could access as they implement their industrial transformation plans. The next slide provides a summary of the various support initiatives for startups. We are starting to implement 3 programs: Incubation and Development and Entrepreneurship Program for startups with minimum viable products, and Acceleration, Valuation, and Corporate Entrepreneurship Program for startups that are in their commercialization stages. Both programs aim to help startups grow and scale up their business operations. We are also going to implement a Global Acceleration Program to immerse and expose Philippine startups to the global ecosystem and enable them to pursue global business development and raise funds. Together with the National Development Company, we would also be implementing a Fund of Funds program through the Startup Venture Fund, together with venture capitalists and other co-investment partners. An initial amount of 250 million pesos has been allocated for this matching investment program. We are supporting 8 regional inclusive innovation centers, or RICs, in the country, located in major cities like Cebu, Davao, and Cagayan de Oro. The goal is to connect startups and spin-offs from universities with government agencies and the business sector, and accelerate the commercialization of their products and services. These innovation centers serve as venues for design thinking workshops, along with networking and engagement with the academe and industry. We work closely with other government agencies, such as the Department of Science and Technology and the DICT, to harmonize and align our startup policies and programs and ensure that we are able to address the needs of startups at every level in their development life cycle. To accelerate innovation and MSME industrialization, one of the major recommendations of the AI roadmap is the building of a national center for artificial intelligence research. The AI Center is going to be a public-private partnership and would serve as hub for data scientists and researchers to perform collaborative AI R&D, consultancy services, create artificial intelligence tech products, conduct literacy programs, and attract leading global firms to set up their R&D activities in the country. Our areas of focus include precision farming to improve the productivity of the agriculture sector and increase the incomes of farmers, along with smart manufacturing, healthcare services, AI-powered BPO, smart cities, and resilient technology. We implemented the Manufacturing Repurposing Program that aims to repurpose manufacturing activities toward the production of COVID critical products like personal protective equipment, ventilators, and test kits. A group of garments and electronics companies invested $35 million and created jobs for 7,450 workers in order to jumpstart the production of coveralls and surgical masks. The Mask Para sa Masa is a program to provide free washable face masks to poor communities and augment the income of workers and sewers who lost their jobs during the pandemic. The Empower platform provides a venue that brings together manufacturers of properly vetted community face masks and PPEs with hospitals and other medical and health facilities. This program with the UNIDO aims to promote and effectively implement PPE standards in the country. And to COVID-proof and support our industry's survival and recovery, DTI is implementing the following programs: the COVID-19 assistance to restart enterprises or CARES is a financing facility to support MSMEs. The Control Biz Reboot Now webinars on e-commerce is a program that helps MSMEs transform their businesses. There are also digital masterclasses through the DTI YouTube channel. We also assist SMEs set up their businesses online by connecting them with e-commerce platforms like Shopee and Lazada. The Rapid Growth Program is a value chain development program linking farmers to markets and helping enhance the value chains of coffee, coconut, cacao, fruits and nuts through trainings, technology adoption, and innovation to increase farmers' productivity and incomes. To support returning OFWs, we are implementing the Agrinegosyo para sa Overseas Filipinos together with DA, DOLE, DOST, and TESDA. The Agrinegosyo is a one-stop shop for overseas Filipinos, offering a menu of agriculture and agribusiness-related programs and services of government agencies all under one roof. Here is a quick snapshot of DTI's organizational journey in implementing our new strategy to be more responsive to the needs of our industries before and during the pandemic. DTI has a critical role in growing globally competitive and innovative industries and preparing especially the MSMEs for the future. By 2017, we launched our new industrial strategy called the Inclusive Innovation Industrial Strategy, or ICIMS, which puts industrial innovation at the heart of our industrial policy. In the same year, DTI and DOST, together with other government agencies, agreed to implement the Inclusive Philippine Innovation and Entrepreneurship Roadmap. In 2019, DTI formed the Competitiveness and Innovation Group. DTI was also among the agencies tasked to implement the Philippine Innovation Act and the Innovative Startup Act, which were legislated in 2019. With COVID, we crafted and implemented programs to support industries and help in generating employment and income to displaced workers. We are also helping in the implementation of the CREATE law, which was approved this year. We also launched the National AI Strategy and the Philippine Skills Framework.
How are we faring so far in terms of the performance of the sectors that we are supporting? We start by looking at the Global Innovation Index. In 2020, the Global Innovation Index ranked the Philippines 50th out of 131 countries, up from 54th in 2019. For this year, and at the time of the pandemic, our ranking dropped by 1 spot to number 51. While we need not worry too much about this, we need to focus our efforts in improving infrastructure, institutions, innovation finance, and market sophistication. The Philippines is overperforming in some indicators. We are number 1 in terms of high-tech imports and exports, number 8 in firms offering formal trainings, number 8 in utility models by origin, and number 10 in creative goods exports.
Ionix is a Filipino electronics company that invested in a smart factory. It reduced its workers by 90% in one production line, but its output increased by 100%. Its engineering and computer science staff increased by 200%, while its profitability went up between 10 and 20%. According to Ionix, while the COVID crisis has affected them significantly, had it not been for their smart factory, the impact of the pandemic on their business would have been far much worse. Let me give another example in the banking industry. Union Bank has been delivering innovation and digital initiatives to promote financial inclusion. They are the first 5G-powered bank in the country. Union Bank's I2I is an open finance platform to bring digital financial services to unbanked and underbanked individuals in financially underserved communities. I2I connects financial institutions and community-based financial services nationwide, including remittance centers like Cebuana, LBC, Palawan Express, and Pera Hub. During the pandemic, usage volumes of I2I rose by over 3,000% in the last 6 months of 2020. I2I's network also helped expedite DSWD's disbursement of the Social Amelioration Program to beneficiaries. Union Bank's digital branch, called The Arc, has no bank tellers, no long lines, has completely paperless banking transactions. And note that Union Bank has not removed branches. The tellers have not been replaced, but they were reskilled to become marketing ambassadors. At the same time, they hired new people with various backgrounds, specifically on telco, tech companies, and data analytics. Amid the pandemic, many Filipino startups were able to quickly pivot to new activities, and using new activities provided solutions to help government in addressing pandemic issues. Fintech and e-commerce are among the ecosystem's subsector strengths. Amid the pandemic, local fintech startups increased their volume of transactions and raised funding for expansion. And this year, the Philippines has just seen its first unicorn, fintech company Mint with a value of over $2 billion US dollars. Startups have emerged as key drivers of economic recovery, inclusive and sustainable growth, and job creation. We also view startups as catalysts for disruptive innovation.
What are some of the lessons that we can draw from DTI's transformational change? Change in mindset and culture towards the need for innovation and technology adoption did not happen overnight. We have been working on this since 2016. Based on our experience, John Cutter's 8-step process change best illustrates the elements that we need to consider to achieve successful change. To create the climate for change, we highlighted the urgency by pointing out that to sustain economic growth, we need to put innovation at the heart of our industrial policy. Innovate or die became our mantra. To enable our organization, we conducted FGDs and seminars across the different regions all over the country for 1 year to make our stakeholders become aware of the importance of innovation and adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies. We pilot tested 4 regional inclusive innovation centers in 4 areas. Based on requests from the regions, we added 4 more. And as more regional directors are requesting for our help in building their regional inclusive innovation centers, the platform is now open to all regions.
I would also want to talk about the need for transformational leadership. The slide highlights the differences between a manager and a leader. A manager is the one in charge, while a leader is the one taking care of those in charge. A manager drives employees, inspires fear, says I, places blame for the breakdown, knows how it's done, uses people, takes credit, commands, and says go. A leader coaches employees, depends on goodwill, generates enthusiasm, says we, fixes the breakdown, shows how it's done, develops people, gives credit, asks, and says, let's go. Transformational leadership is when one or more persons engage with others in such a way that leaders and followers raise one another to higher levels of motivation and morality. Transformational leaders are those who stimulate and inspire leaders to both achieve extraordinary outcomes and in the process develop their own capacity. In DTI, we have a transformational leader, Secretary Ramon Lopez. The next slide further explains the 4 goals of transformational leaders: to set strong vision and secure top management support and commitment, promote customer obsession and pursue collaboration strategy, reskill and retool employees for digital world, and increase employee participation, set agenda for culture mindset change at all levels, and allow room for possible experimentation and possible failure. Transformational leadership is characterized by the following. Transformational leaders are inspirational. They have the ability to inspire and motivate followers. They are purpose-driven, they walk their talk, and serve as an ideal role model for followers for which they are admired. Transformational leaders are intellectuals. They challenge followers to be innovative and creative, which leads to higher levels of performance. Transformational leaders are people-driven. They demonstrate genuine concern for the needs and feelings of followers, which brings out their very best efforts. Transformational change is 90% human and only 10% digital. Transformational change is all about faith in people, not faith in technology. We must put people at the center of our digital transformation, as technologies are only as powerful as the people who will build, use, and improve on these technologies. People have the creativity, vision, and ethical judgment that technology only augments. As the CEO of Union Bank, Mr. Edwin Bautista shared with us, the people represent the secret sauce behind their success in digital banking. It is not the technology itself that made it happen, but it is the people who created the new products, who identified what customers are looking for, and offered new solutions or processes to address the pain points and provided superior customer experience. Yes, technology makes life easier, but it cannot inspire human and emotional connection.
To close, I would like us to listen to top transformational leaders from the world's big tech companies: Steve Jobs of Apple and Pixar, Jeff Bezos of Amazon, and Satya Nadella of Microsoft. Their messages are applicable to all of us as we try to build agile organizations and implement transformational change in government.
The most important thing, though, I think, is that if you're going to start something new, you have to feel passionate about it, because it's really hard. It's so hard to start a company. You have to work so hard that if you're not passionate about it, you'll give up. And most of the difference between people that succeed and people that don't is the people that don't give up. They give up sooner than the people that succeed. And you have to be passionate about it because it's so difficult.
People say you have to have a lot of passion for what you're doing, and it's totally true. And the reason is because it's so hard that if you don't, any rational person would give up. It's really hard, and you have to do it over a sustained period of time. So if you don't love it, if you're not having fun doing it, and you don't really love it, you're going to give up. And that's what happens to most people, actually. If you really look at the ones that ended up being successful, unquote, in the eyes of society, and the ones that didn't, oftentimes it's the ones that are successful loved what they did so they could persevere when it got really tough. And the ones that didn't love it quit because they're sane, right? Who would want to put up with this stuff if you don't love it? So it's a lot of hard work, and it's a lot of worrying constantly. And if you don't love it, you're going to fail. So you got to love it. You got to have passion.
Great things in business are never done by one person. They're done by a team of people, and we've got that here at Pixar, and we've got that at Apple as well. And so that's what lets me do this. Well, with the Beatles, when they were together, they did truly brilliant, innovative work. And when they split up, they did good work, but it was never the same. And I see business that way too. It's really always a team. You have to have an extraordinary team, because these are you're trying to climb a mountain with a whole party of people. A lot of stuff to bring up the mountain. So one person can't do it.
Everybody working at a company wants to do something great. They want to be excited about what they're working on, and they want to be recognized for it if they do a really great job. So we just try to allow people to do the best work of their lives.
One of the things I've always found is that you've got to start with the customer experience and work backwards to the technology. You can't start with the technology and try to figure out where you're going to try to sell it. And as we have tried to come up with a strategy and a vision for Apple, it started with what incredible benefits can we give to the customer? Where can we take the customer? Not starting with, let's sit down with the engineers and figure out what awesome technology we have, and then how are we going to market that. And I think that's the right path to take. I remember with the laser writer, we built the world's first small laser printers, and there was awesome technology in that box. We had the first Canon cheap laser printing engine in the world, in the United States here at Apple. We had a very wonderful printer controller that we designed. We had Adobe's PostScript software in there. We had Apple Talk in there. Just awesome technology in the box. And I remember seeing the first printout come out of it, and just picking it up and looking at it and thinking, we can sell this. Because you don't have to know anything about what's in that box. All we have to do is hold this up and go, do you want this? And if you can remember back to 1984, before laser printers, it was pretty startling to see that. People went, whoa, yes.
What we're really focused on is thinking long term, putting the customer at the center of our universe, and inventing. Those are the three big ideas to think long term, because a lot of invention doesn't work. If you're going to invent, it means you're going to experiment, you have to think long term. So these three ideas, customer centricity, long-term thinking, and a passion for invention, those go together. That's how we do it, and by the way, we have a lot of fun doing it that way. The first one, and by far the most important one, is customer obsession. And we talk about it as customer obsession as opposed to competitor obsession. And I have seen over and over again companies talk about that they're customer focused, but really when I pay close attention to them, I believe they are competitor focused. Customers are always dissatisfied. Even when they don't know it, even when they think they're happy, they actually do want a better way, and they just don't know yet what that should be. And that's why I always warn people, customer obsession is not just listening to customers. Customer obsession is also inventing on their behalf, because it's not their job to invent for themselves.
To change a culture is not easy. How do you do it? And what are you looking to create?
You know, when a company is successful, one of the things that happens is the concept that got you started in the first place, the capability that you have and the culture all get into this beautiful virtuous lock and things are going well. Then lo and behold, you need to come up with a new concept, a new idea for which you need new capability. That's when the culture has to be at its premium. In other words, the culture needs to enable you to come up with new ideas, build new capabilities. So that's why I think for companies to be successful over a long period of time, you need more than a good idea and a good strategy. You need a culture that fosters that growth.
And the capacity to refresh all the time.
That's correct. I mean, the fact that everything that starts off and goes into hypergrowth ultimately does taper off. The real question is, what do you do when that happens? How do you hit refresh is sort of, I think, the real challenge for us as individuals, as companies, or us as societies.
And so you said one of the things that starts with you, and for you it meant empathy, which I think is such a great concept. Jeff Weiner, who you all are together, I think it's a great bromance between the two of you. Both talk about empathy a lot, and I think that that's so important. And you cite in your book two really strong examples of how your life was changed by empathy and how it carries with you today.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think empathy is everything. If you think about even in the business context for us, right, our job is to meet the unmet, unarticulated needs of customers. That's where innovation comes from. There's no way we could innovate without having that deeper sense of empathy.
So what happened to you?
To me, which I write in the book, is the interview, my interview at Microsoft. The very last question the last interviewer asked me is, what would you do if there was a child who had fallen on the road? I sort of thought about it for a few seconds. I thought there was some algorithm there, and then I said, I'll call 911. So the interviewer just walks up and leaves, and I thought I'd blown the interview, because he then tells me, look, when a child is on the ground and crying, you pick them up and hug them.
Yes.
That was my first big lesson on empathy.
Yeah, and it changed your life.
Absolutely. I mean, I reflected on it quite a bit. I mean, and that's the other point, which is, it's not some innate capability. I believe that your life's experiences will teach you if you listen. And at least in my case, that's what, whether it was that interview question, the birth of my son, and every day at Microsoft, I learn about building a deeper insight to be able to see through others' eyes.
You're right that your son has severe cerebral palsy.
That's right, yeah. He was born 21 years ago with in utero asphyxiation, which led to cerebral palsy. And his birth in the initial phase for us, at least for me, was more about, like, why did this happen to me? But it was only through watching my wife, for whom it came much more naturally to care for him, that I realized nothing happened to me, something happened to him, and what my job was as a father. And that realization, perhaps more than anything else, shaped my outlook in the years to come.
You know, it's interesting because Microsoft, you think about Microsoft being a leader in innovation, and you write in the book that in the smartphone era that Microsoft had failed to lead and barely managed to participate. And then you say the C in CEO is for culture. How does culture change innovation?
I mean, to me, for a company that is successful, and to continue to be successful in something like high tech for a long time, you're going to have your hits and misses. If I look back, 43 years ago when the company got started to here we are competing with a whole set of new competitors. At every given point in time, the question is, have you caught enough waves, even if you missed one or two? That's the real question. And that's where the culture, I think, helps.
Yeah.
If you have a culture that allows you to learn from your mistakes and still grow, then you are
That
doing
fly
something
on
right.
your glasses, I know.
Thank you once again to USEC Aldaba and to the DTI family for the programs for our MSMEs. And now allow me to present a certificate of appreciation to USEC Aldaba and to DTI. The certificate of appreciation is presented to Dr. Rafaelita M. Aldaba, Undersecretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, for sharing her insights, knowledge as a resource person in today's CES conference with CES Conference 2021 with the theme Resilience 4.0, Courage, Agility, and Future-Ready Leadership. Given today, the 10th of November 2021, signed Maria Marcy Ballesteros, CES 4, Executive Director of the Career Executive Service. Thank you very much to you, Secretary.
Well done to our plenary learning session 3. For being an important part of our event, we would like to present the certificate of appreciation to you, Attorney De Guzman. On behalf of the CESB, allow me to read the citation and award the certificate of appreciation to you, Director Francis Ron C. De Guzman, for having shared his expertise and imparted valuable lessons as moderator in the 2021 CES Lifelong Learning and Leadership Congress. Congratulations, sir, and thank you. We now come to the highlight of Day 2 as we recognize admirable men and women who will go through the rite of passage of their pagtatapos or LAMP, Learning and Management Proficiency Graduation. Congratulations to all 79 LAMP completers. May we now present the pagtatapos of the 79 LAMP completers in this special presentation of A Million Dreams and Don't Stop Believing in collaboration with the Chorus and the Malaya Dance Theater.
Close my eyes and I can see the world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own.
Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind.
I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
2021 Learning and Management Proficiency Program Graduates. Abbas Yasser Ismail A., Director 3, Bureau of Customs, Department of Finance. Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Agudo, Karina Antoinette A., OIC Director, Department of Social Welfare and Development, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 39. Alonsabe Olga C., OIC Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Misamis Oriental, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Alvina Nino Raymond B., Executive Director, Bureau of Local Government Finance, Department of Finance, Saldiwa Session 45, Gabay Session 40. Andres Abigail N., Provincial Director, Department of the Interior and Local Government, Calabarzon, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 40. Aradanas Melissa A., Assistant Secretary, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Austria Erastus Sandino B., Collector of Customs 6, Bureau of Customs, Department of Finance, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Balana Jr. Vincent M., Executive Director 4, Lung Center of the Philippines, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 40. Bansigan Ria V., OIC Director 4, Department of Budget and Management, Regional Office 1, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Bartolome Leonora G., Assistant Regional Director, National Police Commission, Regional Office 2, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Benter Amormio Carmelo Joselito S., City Trade and Industry Officer, LGU, City Government of Calapan, Saldiwa Session 41, Gabay Session 39. Bermudez Lourdes T., OIC Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division of Cavite City, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Bolaños Felizardo O., OIC Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Batangas City, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 40. Cabiles Neil Adrian S., Director 4, Department of Finance, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Cabochan Anne Claire C., Assistant Secretary, Department of Trade and Industry, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 38. Katahay Neil P., Director 4, Department of Trade and Industry, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 38. Corregidor Stefan MMAP, Director 4, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 39. De Chavez Dante B., Director 4, Department of Budget and Management, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 36. De Guzman Francis Ron C., Director 2, Philippine Overseas Employment Administration, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 40. Dengal Maridel D., Provincial Director, Department of Trade and Industry, Regional Office 9, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 38. Domingo Maria Paula B., Director 4, Department of Budget and Management, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Tumlao Irene B., OIC Director 4, Department of Social Welfare and Development, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 40. Hebreo Alvin H., Director 3, Bureau of Customs, Department of Finance, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Ermitaño Noli VNC, Assistant Director, Securities and Exchange Commission, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 9. Escalante Ruel D., OIC Director 4, Department of Budget and Management, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 39. Fallorin William Roderick R., OIC Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Bataan, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 40.
There's a house we can build, every room inside is filled from things from far away.
Special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds great.
colors fill my head.
A million dreams are keeping me awake.
A million dreams to think of what the world could be. A vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere.
Gallardo Samuel D., OIC Provincial Director, Department of Trade and Industry, Cordillera Autonomous Region, Saldiwa Session 31, Gabay Session 39. Gallerport Jennifer G., Local Government Operations Officer 7, Department of the Interior and Local Government, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Gamatero Benedicta B., OIC Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Apayao, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 40. Gaymara Gilbert L., OIC Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Surigao del Sur, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 40. Go Galileo L., Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Cavite Province, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 40. Gutay Ronald G., Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Carcar City, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Idio Cesar M., Regional Director, Office of Civil Defense, Regional Office 3, Saldiwa Session 45, Gabay Session 39. Inductivo Ivan Brian L., OIC Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Imo City, Saldiwa Session 45, Gabay Session 40. Lucas Juliet P., Assistant Regional Director, Department of Trade and Industry, Cordillera Autonomous Region, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 40. Makasieb J.F., OIC Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Makati, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 40. Makaspak John Aries S., Director 3, Department of Budget and Management, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Madalipay Joy D., Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Ilocos Norte, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 39. Magtalas Andrea Celine M., Director 4, Department of Budget and Management, Saldiwa Session 43, Gabay Session 36. Magtulis Mika Chan S., Provincial Director, Department of the Interior and Local Government, Province of Davao del Sur, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 40. Manaligod Ismael T., Penro, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Regional Office 2, Saldiwa Session 42, Gabay Session 40. Martin Mark Louis C., OIC Director 4, Department of Budget and Management, Regional Office 9, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 39. Martires Joseph Angelo S., Head Executive Assistant, Office of the Ombudsman, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 40. Mendoza Jovel G., Regional Director, Department of Public Works and Highways, Regional Office 4A, Saldiwa Session 44, Gabay Session 39. Morales Christopher V., OIC, Assistant Secretary, Department of Tourism. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 39. Ocampo Romlea Juliet P., Regional Director, Department of Trade and Industry, Regional Office 2. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 38. Otero Jan Roby R., Director 4, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 40. Padilla Romuald C., SEC General Counsel, Securities and Exchange Commission. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 40. Palarca Fea Marie Corrine F., Director 4, Department of Budget and Management. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 38. Pambid Babylin M., OIC, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Rizal. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 40. Panganiban Hermogenes M., OIC, Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Lucena City. Saldiwa, Session 45. Gabay, Session 40. Pangilinan Canlapan Christine V., Director 3, Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 40. Patriwirawan Junior Patrick P., Acting Deputy Executive Director, Institute for Labor Studies, Department of Labor and Employment. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 39. Perico Cartesa M., Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Lapu-Lapu City. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 40. Ponseca Jacqueline D., Director 3, Governance Commission for GOCCs. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 39. Preciados Guada May S., Assistant Director, Securities and Exchange Commission. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 40. Punzalan Randy D., OIC, Assistant School Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Cavite Province. Saldiwa, Session 45. Gabay, Session 40. Quintilia Leo L., OIC, Regional Director, Department of Social Welfare and Development, Regional Office 5. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 39. Ramos Samaniego Marjorie O., Governor, Board of Investments. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 40. Razal Jr. Uldarico S., Provincial Director, Department of the Interior and Local Government, Regional Office 5. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 39. Rivera Anthony B., Executive Director, Department of Trade and Industry. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 38. Rivero Christian E., Director 3, Commission on Higher Education. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 40. Roldan Alex C., Regional Director, Department of the Interior and Local Government, Regional Office 11. Saldiwa, Session 17. Gabay, Session 39. Romero Omar Alexander V., Assistant Secretary, Presidential Communications Operations Office. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 39. Saavedra Earl P., Undersecretary, Dangerous Drug Board. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 38. Salvador Raymond M., OIC, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Zamboanga del Sur. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 40. Samson Monday R., Regional Director, National Police Commission, Regional Office 1. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 39. Silvosa Leone V. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Surigao del Norte. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 39. Tasio Geoffrey C., Director 3, Bureau of Customs, Department of Finance. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 39. Talusan Carmelita M., Collector of Customs 6, Bureau of Customs, Department of Finance. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 37. Tamayo Maria Irelyn P., OIC, Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Angeles City. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 40. Tamayo Russell Jim V. OIC, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Urdaneta City. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 40. Tanco Pascasio, Karen Cruz L. Director 3, Government Commission for GOCCs. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 39. Tolentino Arturo A. OIC, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Pasay City. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 40. Unchuan, Marie Elaine S. Regional Director, Department of Tourism, Regional Office 10. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 39. Uy, Ryan Vincent L. Assistant Secretary, Presidential Communications Operations Office. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 39. Villanueva, Maria Laarni T. OIC, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Department of Education, Division Office of Isabela City. Saldiwa, Session 44. Gabay, Session 40. Visca John A. City Director, Department of the Interior and Local Government. Saldiwa, Session 43. Gabay, Session 38. U. Melvin Joy L. Regional Director, Bureau of Local Government Finance, Department of Finance. Saldiwa, Session 45. Gabay, Session 40.
Cigarette, a smoky room.
The smell of wine and cheap perfume.
For a smile they can share tonight. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard, and shadows searching in the night. Streetlight, evil, living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Working hard to get my fill. Everybody wants a thrill. Getting anything to roll the dice just one more time. Some will win, some will lose. Some want to sing the blues. Oh, the movie never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard, and shadows searching in the night. Streetlight, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Streetlight people. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Streetlight people. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Streetlight people. Don't stop.
Congratulations to all 79. We may have had the pagtatapos of our future leaders, but what else do we need to know of the competence and values of an ideal CESO? What should they commit and embody for the country? Let's watch the LAMP completers as they share their insights and special message for the CES community. After which, Undersecretary Earl P. Saavedra, President of Saldiwa Class 43, and Mr. Joseph Angelo S. Martires, President of Saldiwa Class 44, will share their class's LAMP journey.
Isang mapagpalang araw po sa inyong lahat. In a special way, let me greet the members of the CES Governing Board, the men and women of the CESB Secretariat headed by Executive Director Ballesteros, and everyone in the CES community who are tuned in today. I am humbled by the privilege of delivering this testimonial for and on behalf of Saldiwa 43, the Bagwis class. I also happen to be part of Gabay 38, which was rolled out last year. Both capacity building programs which I attended were implemented virtually. At first, I thought of the challenging limitations of the virtual platform, which may eventually hamper the best learning experiences I wanted for myself. After all, you only take the journey of Gabay and Saldiwa once in your CES life. Hearing the stories of our other comrades, the actual face-to-face learning experiences and immersion were truly life-changing. We wanted the same fair share of experiences, but the circumstances were not in our favor. We took off with hope and optimism that the degree of learning will be the same as the conventional way of undergoing Saldiwa and Gabay. After all, if there's a will, there's truly a way. Even in the time of pandemic, we acknowledge that our systems continue to evolve. there is a lesson from this actual realization. Saldiwa and Gabay imbibed in us the commitment and passion to make the government more responsive and more results-driven. If Saldiwa gave us a better glimpse of ourselves through introspection, Gabay, on the other hand, served as a refresher platform for us and reinforced in us the sanctity of accountability that goes with our sworn duty as civil servants. Gabay also served as a readiness check to gauge our level of preparedness for a higher calling. It was both in Saldiwa and Gabay where we had humbling moments and genuine acceptance of the importance of our roles as decision makers. We were reminded that every decision could lead either into enlightenment or potential trouble. Both Saldiwa and Gabay motivated us to champion the best interests of our agencies through the sessions and simulations we were exposed to. I could remember one very exciting interaction where we pictured ourselves as the main players who will contribute to the particular performance and development of our organizations. Thanks to the Career Executive Service Board, we are now ready to make things happen. Our experiences were unique. I must say that the technology enabled us to access information all throughout our Saldiwa and Gabay sessions. Minus the field exposure, face-to-face interactions, and actual immersion, the indicators clearly point out that we finished the race. With pride, we embrace our graduation and join the ranks of those who have completed the extraordinary LAM program. Indeed, what a journey it has been. I am Undersecretary Earl Saavedra of the Dangerous Drugs Board, proud graduate of the LAM program, completer of Gabay 38, and President of Saldiwa 43 Bagwis Class. Taos-puso pong nagpapasalamat.
We are Class Habagat of Saldiwa 44. Habagat has the qualities of power, abundance, and resilience that underscore the rich history of our culture. Our class embraced these under the realm of frenetic leadership. Habagat entails power and makes its presence felt over an expansive area, occasionally traversing the whole archipelago from the islands of Mindanao to the Visayas and up north in Luzon. Habagats who come from these areas resolve to exercise our designated powers with utmost professionalism to achieve the best state and impact in the lives of our immediate communities. Habagat sustains. We have relied on the rains and winds of Habagat for crop and electricity. In our long history of the wet, dry spanning system that we share with our neighboring countries, the gods are actually invoked and prayers are chanted in the hope of abating a looming drought. We commit to pour in our competencies when duty calls, offering ourselves as sources of hope. We shall engage in public service, applying relevant technical know-how coupled with compassion. Habagat is a potent reminder of both vulnerability and vigilance. We shall be mindful that every step and decision we make potentially affects the country. We shall take stride and take the cudgels for the downtrodden, for them to receive the services and benefits due them. As we move forward, we shall always be circumspect in the discharge of our functions, fully aware that even the smallest of our natural goodness spells a world of difference in the lives of the marginalized. We are Class Habagat, and though our bond was established virtually, we are thankful for all the heroes that have made our journey memorable, and we have accepted the challenges of this new normal. Together, we shall nurture what we have in order to be of utmost service to our motherland, ever keeping in mind that we are mere stewards of God in service of the Filipino people. I am your classmate Jal Martires, and in behalf of my fellow Habagats of Saldiwa Class 44 of 2021, maraming salamat po. Diyos ti Agila kada kayuan.
Thank you so much to our esteemed speakers and moderators today. So to recap today's highlights, everyone, please watch this.
As members of the CES community, may we all continue to persevere, be resilient, and inspire our teams to provide excellent public service. May the work that we do continue to inspire the public that we serve, for them to continue trusting the government and believing that we shall all together recover and bounce back.
Good morning to all of our guests, participants, and viewers. As they say, one of the best gifts you can give to the country is civil service. And kudos to the CES for helping mold our future leaders and civic-oriented fellowmen for 48 years.
No matter how small or big a contribution that you're going to do for the achievement of global goals, when you add it all up, and it's a collective effort, I think we can change the world one city at a time.
In today's Industry 4.0, it is the startups that can actually help government in making change happen. As government workers, we need to make sure that we maximize Industry 4.0 technologies for accurate government transactions, swift action, and efficient governance.
That it is the policy of the state to make the landless farmer and the landless regular farmer owner of the land they till. This is the Agrarian Reform Mandate, and this is the mission of our department.
Transformational change is all about faith in people, not faith in technology. We must put people at the center of our digital transformation. People have the creativity, vision, and ethical judgment that technology only augments.
And to fittingly culminate the Day 2 activities of the 2021 CES Congress, we give you the Saldiwa Batch 43 Class Baguis with the inspiring rendition of Umagang Kay Ganda.
basta tayo'y magkasama. Laging mayroong umaga, kay ganda, pagsikat ng araw, may dalang liwanag sa ating pangarap. Haharapin natin, haharapin natin ang sikat na araw na may dalang liwanag. Gumising na, araw ng pag-asa'y nagdumarap. Dumating din ang haharapin natin, basta tayo'y magkasama. Laging mayroong umaga, kay ganda, pagsikat ng araw, may dalang liwanag sa ating pangarap. Haharapin natin, basta tayo'y magkasama. Laging mayroong umaga, kay ganda, pagsikat ng araw, may dalang liwanag sa ating pangarap. Haharapin natin. Harapin natin, basta tayo'y magkasama. Laging mayroong umaga, kay ganda, pagsikat ng
There you have it. Day 2 comes to a close. Please join us again tomorrow for Day 3 of CESCON. Same time, same link. I'm Isa Liton. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon sa inyong lahat.
Once again, thank you to everyone who participated in today's event. Here are a few reminders for tomorrow. First, we won't be going live in Facebook and YouTube. Kindly join via Zoom for tomorrow's program. Second, we are looking for 100 leaders who are willing to take part and actively engage in the workshop tomorrow. Volunteers may register through the link found in our CESCON 2021 web portal for review and approval, to be voiced over by Sherwin later. Once again, we are looking for 100 leaders who are willing to take part and actively engage in the workshop for tomorrow. Volunteers may register through the link found in our CESCON 2021 web portal. We would like to recognize the following sponsors for their generosity and support. It was a pleasure coordinating with you. Thank you to the Home Development Mutual Fund, also known as the Pag-ibig Fund, Land Bank of the Philippines, Government Service Insurance System, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Association of Career Executives Incorporated, Aboitiz Equity Ventures Incorporated, Tourism Promotions Board, and the Human Resource Innovations and Solutions Incorporated. Special mention to the Philippine Information Agency for promoting this event in their Facebook page and Twitter. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay sa ating mga sponsors.
Nagsimula sa isang pangarap, ika'y tutulungang ibahin ang buhay na nakasanayan.
Naka 24 months ka na sa pag-ibig.
May panghulog na ako sa motor.
Uy, bagong motor!
Gagawa ng hakbang para mapaghandaan ng forever.
Ka, ha?
At harapin ang bukas nang may maaasahan. Simulan mo na ang forever mo ngayon. Fund your forever with Pag-ibig Fund.
Register today!
Aboitiz, 100 years of advancing business and communities.
URIS guides organizations on their road to business transformation and success.